Thank you. Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, everybody. It's your boy, Trigger Mike. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. It is Thursday, February 9th, 2023. Still Black History Month. All right. Thank y'all for rocking with me this morning and always tuning in. I know I got some of my faithful chat online. Appreciate y'all for coming through. We got another banger for y'all today. If you were not present last night, we had a great discussion about why the Black community is broke. I tried to turn it into a panel war. It didn't happen. My panels are much too controlled, much too mature for it to really be a war. So I'm going to work on that model before I present it again. I guess it's a product of being well organized. I don't know. I was talking to my wife about it. It was funny, but very substantive, very meaningful discussion we had last night. Thanks to everybody that came up. Hope to see you again on this day on this topic. As always, I would like for you to go to the corner of the screen, like and subscribe to the Lapeef Network right now. All right. That's what I need from you to do. If you want to show us some support, show us that you love this network, show us that you love the Trigger Mike Show and all the shows that are offered on this network and the Lapeef Experience channel, I need you to go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications so you know when your favorite programs are coming on. Okay. Also, we also like people to support by monetary contributions. I'm not too afraid to ask. Things cost money, right? So anything you could give would be appreciated. But if you can't do that, I know how you can help. Go to that bottom of the screen right by the like button and look for the share button. Share this out to your friends, your family, your Facebook chat, your Instagram chat, your Facebook news feed, TikTok, WhatsApp, whatever, what have you. Share this out in your group chat. People need to be a part of this conversation. Now, this particular topic today, I know it's going to be a little bit of a fire starter, but it's just, my titles always have something deeper. They always got something deeper going on, right? So don't look at the title and be afraid to share this title today. We're going to go a little deeper on it than what the title says, okay? So please share this out. Let me say what's up to my chat. Who we got in the building this morning? All right, Dale Matthew, what's going on? Always faithful. Usually first. Usually the first person to comment. Hit that like button if you will. Bethany, what's going on? Good morning. Oh, lovely picture. We love the femininity. Daryl Brown, what's going on? Hidden Gems, it was good to talk to you last night, bro. It was. Dario Dublin, Green Gang, what's going on? Lindora Lind, how you doing? Love C in the building. What's up? Good morning. Mario Red, how you doing? Marquise Keys, what's going on, my brother? Good morning. Daphne Rose. Oh, if this is knowledge, I'm glad I can give some. We're just talking, you know how we do. But everybody can get something from it. That's the goal here. Ruckus, what's up? Welcome, welcome. All right, so on the Trigger Mike Show today, the topic is the behaviors of unsubmissive women. Neil Moses, what's going on? I see you, my guy. The behaviors of unsubmissive women is the topic today. Now, some of you might be saying, why does Trigger Mike always like to talk about women? What's going on with this guy? Does he hate women? Why are these topics all about women? I'm going to explain that this morning. Maybe it's the first time I've explained it this way, but I just felt like I came up with this and it was a good enough explanation to give you. I felt like it was an articulate one to give you this morning. Just came to me randomly as I was driving home from taking my kids to school. It actually, when you think about it, talking about the issues of women is a more entertaining way to talk about the failures of men. All right, I'm going to say it again. Talking about the issues of women is a more entertaining way to talk about the failures of men. I told y'all my topics always go deeper than what stated in the thumbnail. All right, let me put it to you this way. There's a reason it's called The Real Housewives of Atlanta. Ain't nobody watching the real niggas or I'm sorry, the real men of Atlanta, maybe other than women. The reason being is that that show is about drama. That show is about watching people not solve their problems. Having a male reality show just like it, all you would see is dudes fixing their problems and getting along all day. My bad, dog. That was my fault. Hey, you know what? We should get the families together, man. I like what you did there, bro. You would it would be one season and there would be nothing to talk about no more. That's why we don't talk about men. Let me tell you, if I put out a call to have these discussions with men, only mature men would show up. We would iron out a solution and start working on it. It'd be the most boring show ever. I know many of you won't agree because you don't see it, but it's very true. It's very true. It's not entertaining to talk about men at all because we're just going to fix the issues. Mature men show up to do it, and then the less mature men either got to fall in line or get left behind. That's it. It's not entertaining to talk about men at all. So talking about the issues of women is just a more entertaining way to talk about the failures of men. All right? So that's why we have these discussions. This discussion is not really about bashing women at all. The discussion we're having today is actually telling our young brothers what to watch out for. We have a movement going on, ladies and gentlemen. There is a full-on movement going on. Dudes are letting you know by their actions, forget their words, that they are tired of the behaviors of unsubmissive women. This conditional submission, let me not even give away my monologue. But this conditional submission y'all are giving, men are starting to feel at their core that they don't deserve it. Because it's all a lie, even after a man has made himself into who he's supposed to be, he'll find a roadblock, a brick wall from a woman he wants about why she needs something else before she submits. Hell no. We're going to address this today. Because you don't deserve that, my man. You deserve it all. You deserve it all. Up front. And I'm going to explain why. You know I can prove everything I say. All right. So we're going to start off like this. And the link should be already dropped. This is going to be a short monologue. So if you want to come up and talk about this topic, ladies, I need you to talk about it too. Not necessarily your nature if you believe you're an unsubmissive woman, but I got questions of all kinds. What's going on, Callie Bev? Come on up if we can get into this topic in a mature way, right? This is not about bashing women. This is about telling our young brothers what to look out for. Ladies, I got a question for you, and it's going to come up. I got a question for you. It's going to come up. What type of woman do you want for your son? Are you going to say an unsubmissive woman? I don't think so. What type of woman do you want for your son? That is how we get here, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we fix this issue. When women start behaving like the women they want their sons to marry, that is accountability for your ass. You put it to a woman like that. See what can she say? What's she gonna say? Nothing. All right. Let's get into it. So let's talk about the lies. Let's talk about the lies of unsubmissive women. And not just so much them, the lies that are allowed to be told in our society that come from the feminist nature of unsubmissive women. Here are some of the lies I've seen put out there in society, right? Moses, I see you in the back. Bring you up in a second, dog. Women have been saying that they'll submit to the right man. That is bullshit. Conditional submission is a lie of unsubmissive women. It's like one of the biggest ones. One of the biggest ones. I'll submit for the right guy. No. But we're going to explain. We're going to go deeper into it. The equality narrative, the fact that we are all equal, men and women alike, is another lie of unsubmissive women. If she's trying to make herself the same as you fellas, she's telling you she's not going to submit to you. It's literally a cheat code. Just ask a woman on a first date, are we equals? Date over. I'm giving you all the cheat codes, fellas. Save your money. Don't order the lobster. She don't deserve it, bro. Y'all can go get tacos if you still want to keep the date going after that. Are we equals? Do you think men and women are equal? Yes. All right. You know what? I don't even like this spot. There's a taco truck around the corner. Or you just if it was me, I'd drop her ass off back at home. Sorry. The equality narrative is one of the lies of an unsubmissive woman. Another unsubmissive way to spot an unsubmissive woman is when she's too laissez-faire and too lackadaisical and too egalitarian about the institution of marriage. If she believes it's just something she can do without, she doesn't understand her position in this life. She doesn't understand her purpose. She doesn't understand that marriage is about survival. It actually benefits her. That woman is telling you up front, I'm on the way to being a holy and completely dedicated unsubmissive woman. Let's get to the behaviors of unsubmissive women so I can shorten this up. Unsubmissive women have known to be rude. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that. Unsubmissive women have known to be unpleasant, snappish. All right? They are short-tempered. And what I mean by that is that they are ready to respond. The second you say something about them, they're not listening. They didn't internalize anything you said. They just want to hit back. They are extremely disagreeable, which is actually not a character trait of women at all. Not a good characteristic of it. One of your biggest characteristics as a feminine woman, as a submissive woman, is your agreeableness. A disagreeable woman is 100% synonymous with being an unsubmissive woman. They are unyielding, combative, wholly disagreeable. Here's one that I'd like to put up that I don't hear the term used quite as much. Unsubmissive women are arrogant. They are arrogant. They are completely ego-driven, egotistical creatures. Throughout my life, and men, let me know if I'm lying here, you have heard the term used as male ego. The male ego is fragile. The male ego needs to be turned down. Put aside your ego. Ooh, did I bruise your ego? There is no such thing as the male ego. It's just ego. And now that we realize that women have got to taste a facade of power, you have proved yourself to be the more egotistical creature. Let me prove that to you. Men will check other men for getting out of line and letting their ego get too big. It is a 100% certainty. You try to outshine the master. Have y'all read the 40 Laws of Power? Or 48, whatever. Have y'all read the Laws of Power book? Try to outshine the master. He will cut your ego in half on sight. That's what men do to other men. One of the biggest narratives we have on YouTube is that women show no accountability, which is another way of saying women don't check other women. Your ego can grow out of control, all on its own. Women don't check other women. So you are all egotistical creatures by technicality. Your ego can surpass a male ego by tenfold. It can surpass the male ego. I have gotten my ego bruised at work. You try to inflate your chest too big. Even the people, not even that somebody doesn't have to like you, they're trying to look out for you and they'll cut your ego down. Don't you ever outshine the master. So unsubmissive women are unaware of the bad habits that they have formed over time. And the reason why I say that is that you're still arguing, you're still pushing and purporting this narrative like nothing has happened the whole time you've been behaving this way. Well, let me tell you some things that have happened, just in case you need affirmation. Men have already judged you. If we're looking strictly at the black community, men have already judged you because they won't marry women like you. It's weird because some of y'all had the baby. You laid on your back. You said, I'm going to give him this and he's going to stay. But you didn't work on your attitude enough because there's something in us, in all men, that says, I can marry this woman. It's almost the same of saying, I can trust this woman. We don't trust unsubmissive women. We don't feel at home with unsubmissive women. Our spirit, everything in us tells us we should not marry unsubmissive women. Any girlfriend, I'm sorry if you're watching, because I think I put this on Facebook, and I know some of y'all following me from fake accounts. I shouldn't have said that, but yo, after I got married, or I blocked a few people for the stuff they were saying, that fake account, I could tell that I know who that was. All right. But I'm telling you straight up, if you want to know what it was, what I was trying to figure out before we broke things off, my body, my spirit was telling me I could not be with you. I could not take this any further because you don't necessarily have the characteristics of a wife, of a submissive woman. It's even my fault. I let it go on too long simply because I loved you. The arrogance of women again, to think that men were going to change to prefer this type of woman. That is your arrogance in real time. Women behave this way outwardly and inform these bad habits to such a great extent that you try to encourage men to change. Well, you need to change and like us. Ladies, I don't know if, and this might even be a bad thing against men, but I need to make something completely clear. Men have never changed since the beginning of time. We still like the same BS we like. It just took a different form. We will never change. And maybe that's a bad thing, sure, but you shouldn't bet on it, not in this life or the next. We are not going to change what we like. It is our God-given position in this world that we stay completely sturdy and dedicated to what pleases us and God himself. We're not going to change to please you. Get that through your thick skull, unsubmissive ass ladies. All right, what are my thoughts on this? I'm bringing my brother Moses up. What's going on?
What's going on, Trigger?
Oh, it's a good morning, man. I'm just in here, yelling at these ladies trying to get
Hey,
our
man.
brothers check.
Hey, someone has to do the work, man. This is like a conversation that's gonna get popular soon. We gotta really talk on this because everybody's starting to realize something, you know.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you got on the topic in general, bro?
You know, I just came off a show last night. Shout out to Purple Pill Podcast. I was on there in Dallas, just talking on they had a dating show Wednesday. So I'm speaking on the show right about the whole like dating, and then they had the lady in there doing a dating show. I think you know India, right? Indy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait.
she was on there. She light skinned girl.
Not even just light skin, simply indie.
Simple Indy, yes. She
Yeah,
was on
yeah,
there
yeah.
last night on a dating show. And I just went on to just commend her for coming on because, you know, she putting herself out there. I'm like, you know, it's hard for a woman with, 3 kids to get opportunity to get married because some people look at it as a lot of liability. And men have to consider that, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's informative to know that, women have to show that because we got to be honest. If you want to be married, let's be real. the competition is stiff out here for a lot of ladies in America that don't understand.
Mm,
It's not just being an American woman. You got to be coming with that fire if you want to be the best of the best. And to be honest with you, look, I'm about to go watch the series soon. Frustrated by Al Grease. That's an interesting show. You might need to look into a movie like that. It's a documentary about why men are frustrated in America, especially black men. And I think it justifies why we're frustrated because we want to be married, we want family, we want legacy, and we're trying to do the right thing. Because a lot of us we understand
yeah,
the struggle, but why you think Zoom to Thailand, Dennis Berlin, few others I forgot, and then Austin popping up from Dallas. I mean, these kids, I mean, these guys are gonna show this stuff for a reason. Why are we not taking a step back and think, man, are we really doing our best in America to get the quality we're praying for? You know what I'm saying? Or looking for. You feel me?
indeed. True
Yeah.
words, my brother. True words. So I got a question for you,
Yeah.
and I'm in fact I'm gonna start it off, and then I'm gonna ask you the question.
Yes, sir.
So I believe that we got to explain to women, and when we're talking just to look, we're actually talking to boys and young guys, and even some older guys. If you're not married yet and you didn't have this type of guidance, we need to tell you why these women are dangerous. Because some of y'all actually like messing with them.
Mm,
Because let's be real, like the promiscuous women, the women that sleep around, the women that get down and keep you off your focus, they are represented in this group on this topic today.
right.
And some of you cannot keep yourself out of their mix. So we're actually talking to you and giving you real game on why you need to consider other options. Because let's be real, some men have that fever too, where these women are just exciting to them, and the other types of women look safe. They just
Mm,
look safe, so they want to go with the exciting option, and they
yeah.
want to complain, after the fact. But one of the ways I want to explain this, especially to the women, because we have to prove everything we say. We can't just keep it as a YouTube talking point, right?
Right.
We got to prove it. And one of the ways I want to do that is tell unsubmissive women, really, it's the modern woman, if I'm being honest. I want to tell the modern woman how her behavior puts her at risk. I don't want to tell her what it does for me. I want to tell her how it puts her at risk. And I'm going to give you the first one. Y'all have heard me say this before on the Trigger Mike show. If men don't recognize you as feminine, we don't have the urge to protect you. Ladies, our provision is not free.
Mm,
I don't know who gave y'all the idea that men are just supposed to be out here protecting you. We protect the elderly because we know they're weaker than us. And they've done something in this world to deserve their place and their relaxation. We protect children innately. Jeremy Renner, who is he, Hawkeye on Marvel, just broke 30 of his bones protecting his nephew from a snowblower. He probably just woke up in the hospital. Didn't even know. His body took him over there. It probably didn't even have to be his relative. He was going to do it and throw himself because a child was about to be injured. That's what men do when we recognize someone needs our help, someone needs our protection, someone needs our provision. We innately do that. So if you're an unsubmissive woman, you put yourself at risk. Imagine what the world looks like when a man does not have the urge to protect you. That's a cold, lonely existence for a woman. So Moses, let me ask you, how else do unsubmissive women put themselves at risk?
I mean, it's a lot of things I could say. I'm a divorcee. I can tell you the truth on that. Um, One thing I realized dating now back into the scene from 2018 to 2023 now, 2019 to 2023, it seems like nothing really changed. It's more so about I'm trying to survive mindset. And I mean, honestly, a lot of the ladies I've come across personally, being respectful as them because I'm the nerd in the sense of the good guy, the guy that's good they say, but they don't like talk to those guys. Um, a lot of them look at like I got to say this. They look for something that's more of a feeling experience. Like you have to go beyond the last guy feeling. Like it has to be something not human when I see these kind of views, they look for something that's not normal. Like they want to be feminine, but they don't know femininity at all. I ask these questions. They like, I don't know what that is. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
what did your mom tell you? Because see, the thing is, some of these girls don't have that. They don't understand what femininity is, and I mean, they just not sure. Can you repeat that question again? I'm going to rephrase that so I can get it easier.
How do unsubmissive women put themselves at risk?
Unsubmissive women put themselves at risk when they try to act like us,
Yep.
try to control themselves to think we can be like a man, whereas they're taught to act like a man to fit that whole narrative. I can protect myself, but the thing is, your father is not supposed to tell you to protect yourself like a man. You're supposed to call for a higher help, the higher men who know how to take care of that for you without you being like a man. Because the thing is, women that are feminine actually are more protected versus a masculine woman that's actually going to be more of a, she's going to get more attention and it's going to cause more problems because that's how most women get hurt. And I'll be honest, if I see a woman acting like a man, I kind of disregard her more because she doesn't really need my protection. She kind of, independent, right? They got themselves. They don't need me. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. My man CEO, faithfully every day. What's going on?
All right, brother.
Good to have you on early. I need your perspective on this, bro. I believe this particular, you're a nation building minded guy. If you got a culture of unsubmissive women, that is literally poisoning the fruit of your tree. Right? So what you got on the topic in general?
I mean, we're built for it. We're designed for it. It's in our DNA. It's in our chemistry to be the protector and the provider so that when they try to falsely take on that role, they deny themselves of our service. They deny their children of our service. They ultimately deny our community of our service. And they will later on complain that they're the most unprotected. They're the most, but you're the one who, it's like a bodyguard. You hire me to be your bodyguard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if there's a threat coming, I'm supposed to be in the way. I'm supposed to be in between the threat and you. But if you standing all out in front of me, running your mouth, talking stuff, feeling on your own and stuff, and then when you get shot or you get attacked or when you get bit by the dog, then you want to look at me and say I didn't protect you, but I tried to stand out in front of you. You was bothered by the fact that I'm standing in front of you, made it some type of gender war. Oh, you just because you a man, you feel like you get to walk in front of me? No, I'm walking in front of you so that I encounter the threat first. I'm trying to protect you. They just deny themselves of a shield. You know what I'm saying? They're walking around with their shield down and they're complaining why, every attack is hitting them. They're feeling everything, because that's your fault.
Indeed.
Facts.
Super facts. All right. So this is a question that just popped up in my head. All right. Why is we're going to start with Moses. Why is the modern woman more sexually submissive than she is traditionally submissive? Y'all notice that, right? Because we say they don't submit. They'll do some stuff in the bedroom to let you know they want to be dominated by a man. So that's an interesting one right there, I think. Why is the modern woman more sexually submissive than traditionally submissive?
Sexually submissive and modern, I mean, sexually submissive and traditionally submissive, not submissive, right? Can you say that again?
Yeah, why is the modern woman more sexually submissive than traditionally submissive?
Okay. Sexually submissive, I think because what we've been taught in this culture, we're seeing so many things been pushed through mainstream media. I personally believe they just want to follow that because they don't understand that that was programmed in them like a computer. And most of them just follow this because it's sensible to what they follow through the culture, which was saying, you know, like Uncle Luke, you know what I'm saying? Big booty hole, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff. And it's taught that that was more accepted. But the problem with that stuff was more for business to make money off of them and don't realize they're being engineered to become this type of woman that it makes it more acceptable. Like they're not gonna make no music video about traditional women doing the right thing. They don't make money. Sex sells. Who are you to walk around thinking you're gonna be a traditional woman when the big booty's on TV? You better start shaking that booty. That's what they're showing it. I call BET. We taught that to our community. I call BET booty entertainment television. That's all it is. Cause ain't nothing shaking and jiggling. Ain't nobody watching.
Yo, booty T. Oh boy. All right. So you be having clips. This is hilarious. Booty TV. That's hilarious, bro. All right. CEO, what you got on the question, bro?
Go ahead and ask it one more time for me. I'll give it to
Why are modern women more sexually submissive
right.
than traditionally submissive?
Like we were saying the other day about the difference between kind of like the whole modern ideology or the concept of modern versus the traditional. Traditional is, people pass up and give up on what is good for them or what they desire for the best interest of the overall community. The modern woman, they're all modern people, period. It's all about immediate gratification. And that's why sex, if she's willing to go ahead and let you submit there because she's immediately getting something out of it. She's getting satisfied. She's getting where submission to a man, traditional submission to a man, it might not be immediate gratification. It kind of like car insurance. You know what I'm saying? When you need it, it's going to be there. You know what I'm saying? But you had to have been paying it the whole time to realize the benefit of it. You know what I'm saying? But you might have put in $20,000 in the insurance and never had one car accident. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they kind of look at me, and they look, well, I'm submitting to you. I'm not getting nothing out of it. But when you really need it, you're gonna realize it was worth what you put in for this insurance. You're gonna realize it's worth it. And they're more just immediate gratification. When they go to a job, they'll submit to their boss because they know they immediately are gonna get a paycheck. You know what I'm saying? They'll go to any little organization, and when they have the rules, take a number, get in line, do whatever and stuff, they'll submit to that because they know their immediate gratification. Well, submitting to me, it might not be beneficial to them directly. It might be just beneficial for the household or the family collectively, and they're not getting nothing directly out of it. They don't feel like they're, being pleasured by it and stuff. And it's kind of just like that. Is it? Just the immediate gratification when it comes to the sex. They're immediately getting what they want, where traditional serving a man, it's like insurance, man. Every day you're not going to see the rewards of submitting to me, but ultimately you're going to realize why you need that insurance.
Indeed. Damn, y'all had such good answers. Y'all kind of took mine, to be honest, but Booty TV, that's just still in my head, bro.
BET.
Yeah. But let me put it like this. The funny thing is that, like, we talked about the lies of submissive women and the lies that they tell in society and the lies that they push from the feminist narrative, right? And one of the things that we hear women say all the time, and we know this stuff is working. We know all of this talk that we're doing, no matter how they behave, they're listening. Like, women are like true to life masochists, bro. Because they would talk so much trash about Kevin Samuels, and every time I would log in, his numbers would go up and up and up. And those are women watching. No matter how you trash them in public. Yo, go ahead.
And what you're saying, I found out there's a lot of people who are outside of America actually appreciate him more than our American people did. I'm surprised that they were giving them big ups. Like, yo, they were saying, oh, I love Kevin. He made points that I never heard in Europe and in Asia. The Asian people were praising him because they were like, oh, wow, the Americans don't think like that for all the same thing. They're all just kind of lost. He's like the one speaking the facts. This is what we do in Asia or in Europe. They're saying what we do here, and they don't even like that. Wow, I'm glad I'm not dating an American woman. That's what they're usually saying because they don't want to come here. Like, I think, what's his name? One of the guys on Fresh and Fit had an interview with him. He said that America's like the least of the women to be dating or courting in marriage. On the bottom, they're not even at the top because the reason why, because this mindset is so entitled and such a focused on me, individual versus family, then everything else. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a prioritized thing, you know?
Indeed. And to that point, one of the reasons he was so, we know women are listening. And one of the things I feel like is a lie that's being pushed out there is that men aren't dominant. Men aren't the dominant ones. It's that we're equal and men aren't dominant. But the funny thing is, women let us know that we're dominant and we're superior every single day. In every single discussion, they let us know that's how they view us. What they're trying to do is have their buffet. They only want us to be dominant when it can kill us and it's dangerous for them. But in the modern workforce, they want to be equals, right? They just want to pick a buffet, right? If it's a Chinese buffet, they want to take the General Tso's chicken, the hibachi chicken, the hibachi rice, and the chicken and broccoli. They want all the good stuff out of the buffet and say, hey, well, you can go have that spinach over there. That's how they want the buffet of dominance between men and women. But the reason why they're more sexually submissive is because they get to be them natural selves. Women love to be dominated by men, and that's private. So they get to do that in private without view of the world and be who they naturally are. That's why they're more sexually submissive, in my opinion. To be traditionally submissive is outwardly submissive. You're afraid of what the feminist world is going to say. Therefore, you want to act like you don't do that. You want to act like you stand on your own. You want to act like you're disrespectful and can hold your own against the man. So you don't want to do that outwardly out of fear of being called a pick-me. But, being sexually submissive is in private. You get to act within your nature. Dominate me, king. That's why it's just like when people say women aren't submissive, boy, just the clip, the highlight reel in my head be like, I don't know.
That gives another example. It's like when these sisters being the most educated, that's submission. You know what I'm saying? You go in and you obey the teacher, you pay your money, you show up to class every day. Same thing with the jobs. When they go in, put in their application, try to compete for them jobs, they all want to be pick me. They all gonna go in there and put on their best behavior to try to be selected for the position, to try to be hired and everything. But when it comes down to the job of being a woman in a household with a man, or being a woman within a society, all of a sudden now they don't want to be those who are seen by men as having the best characteristics or the best qualifications for the job. Now all of a sudden it's not important to be the most qualified.
Yeah.
Yo, this is the thing though. So peace to the panel. What's going on? Salute to the chat. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Hey yo, so this is the thing, right? So we and you kind of delved on this a little bit, CEO, but we neglect the fact that when a woman is in a sexual encounter with a black man, she's getting something out of that encounter. You know what I'm saying? She's getting just as much or more out of that encounter than a man is getting. You know what I'm saying? She's getting pleasure. She's getting pleased. She's getting, you know what I'm saying, that release or whatever the case may be. So you got to remember, yeah, she's submitting because she's getting something out of that. You feel me? A lot of times in this modern society, unfortunately, they feel like a lot of the other things they can get on their own. Like, yeah, they have toys or whatever the case may be, but a woman will tell you in a heartbeat, it ain't nothing like the real thing. You know what I'm saying? So, I just think that we neglect the fact that they're getting just as much out of that intimate encounter as we're getting. So that's why they submit. And like you said, by nature, they want to be dominated. They want to be, you know what I mean, have a man that's able to be in control of the situation. And that's the time when they're getting something out of it, and they get to have that man be in control. And like you said, it is behind closed doors 99% of the time. So it's not like anybody else has to know per se. You see what I'm saying?
Indeed. True words. Let me get you first on this one, Israel, on the next question. Give me 1 second. All right. What are some examples of the worst behaviors you've seen from an unsubmissive woman? I'm sure we're going to think about this one. We got personal stories, so you don't got to get too personal, but what are some of the worst behaviors you've seen from an unsubmissive woman?
Well, I haven't seen this. This hasn't happened to me in my own life.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be in your house, but like we've all witnessed it outwardly.
It was that I think it was a short or something like that on YouTube, and the man they was in Walmart, and the woman, in some kind of way, they got into some kind of verbal exchange, and the woman was like, it's like just screaming at him and yelling at him and just like berating him. And he was trying to walk away, and she's like, yo, you trying to walk away from me? You're trying to walk away from, like, she was wilding out. And then I think it kind of continued some kind of way. I don't know. It continued to the house, and she was saying, I've been treating you like this. I've been acting like this. So why are you trying to make it seem like this is all of a sudden? So yeah, that was kind of a cringe situation I seen. I was like, man, I could take that. For a woman to talk loud to me or talk crazy to me in public in front of everybody, yo, that's like, yo, I ain't for none of that, man. That's crazy.
Yep. CEO, what you got?
the absolute worst that I've ever seen. And, I had to deal with it with baby mothers, but it's when they kind of speak negative about the fathers to the kids, or they cast men or say negative things. Like, they might be in their emotions and stuff and upset with the father and everything, but they'll be around a young boy constantly, day to day, on the phone, gossiping, talking about how niggas ain't shit, men ain't shit, whoop-de-whoop. And this young boy is already lacking a concept of what a man is. And he's only able to get that in that particular situation for that time. He's hearing that influence from the mother on a constant, men ain't shit, whoop-de-whoop, like that's it is when they kind of use the kids as pawn, and they kind of cast their problems and their issues down onto the children, infecting the next generation. You got young girls who are hearing the rhetoric of like Cynthia G's and stuff like that, right? And these young girls are 12 years old. You've never really had your heart hurt yet. You ain't never really, you had a little relationship, little boy wasn't mature and everything, but you got, and it's 17, 18, they're already talking about abort black babies and black men. Like, where do you get in that philosophy at that age already? Like, how are you already don't like men, and you ain't even never, you don't even know who you are yet. You've already got this complete definition of what a man is and isn't, and you don't even know what it is to be a woman yet, or a young lady yet. So
Indeed. Moses, what you got?
Yeah, I think everybody said some valid points. I don't know what to add on because they all said some good stuff. I think the biggest thing we can see is, like you said earlier, I think Israel said that it's in the colleges where the feminists are super extreme there to push it on the women, and they want to follow this pain. Because I think feminists really want other women to feel their pain, but the pain they're pushing is not even pain. It's a lack of understanding. It's why they're making them think that this is the way to go, that you feel them empowered to do the same thing and make women go this route where they're going to actually mess up their life and their next generation because you felt like, oh, she was oppressed because my mother wasn't doing well and I'm going to do worse. Now you're going to do worse. It's like the crabs in a barrel in that feminist movement. They bring everybody down, and it brings to the women that's trying to do right down with them, and they start doing all these things, start gaining weight, start changing the attitude, stop not smiling. You know what I'm saying? It just changed the whole narrative of what a woman is. And now you got David Walsh asking, what is a woman now? Like, what is going on?
Yo, can I say this to add on to what Moses was saying?
Yeah.
Yo, so the feminist movement was one of the biggest tricks and the biggest lies ever pulled, right? So I strongly believe the feminist movement was a concoction of those people from those alphabet people, the LBGDQRS elemental P people, right? So, the reason why I say that is because, if you really listen to these subjects when they're talking about it, these people who were not born women are telling people who are born women what feminism is and what feminism isn't.
Yeah.
Yo, not only are they defining what feminism is, they defining what it is to be a quote unquote woman.
I have a question. Go ahead, brother.
And so what it's doing is pushing out real women, so to speak, and it's implanting these and usurping. And really what it is they are beguiled and tricked so easily, and they don't even realize it. All it's doing, and someone else came up with this concept. I want to give credit to who said it, but I can't remember who said it. All they're doing is finding a way to usurp and replace the woman. That's really what it is.
Israel. Let me tell you something. Look, I've recently become more of an enlightened person, but my most profound statement came like 10, maybe 12 years ago. And this was the height of all this. And you can't tell people, how old was I? 24 at the time. You can't tell people in college. You can't tell people that age nothing. They're super progressive. They're super liberal. I said, I don't think the alphabet community is here to be equal to anybody. I think they want their way to be the predominant way of life. I don't think they'll be happy until everybody identifies as something, one of those letters. You see, I was right. They're not going to be happy until everybody was like, well, I have these feelings sometimes. So what do I qualify as? so they can teach it in school and have their own schools. And I said they don't want equality, they don't want recognition, they want to dominate this month.
They want to take over for women. But go ahead, brother CEO. You want to say something?
If you really do a little research and study into it, now people might believe it, but no other woman practices feminism but the black woman. You know, and when feminism came about, the white women who started this whole feminist movement, right? They weren't asking to be equal to men. They were asking for equal pay. They were asking for better benefits within jobs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? To be paid as much as men.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Hold up.
And then
Good morning.
All right, the sisters got a hold of it and they made it like this big war, and it was awkward because why were you fighting us with? Why are you bringing this feminist agenda to the black men when we've never oppressed you in any way, shape, or form? We've never denied you equal pay. We've never. So why would you be more aggressive towards us, towards society, and like we never done that to you? And then now you're pushing the feminist agenda more than the original feminists. They didn't even, you'll never see women running around destabilizing the American economy, fighting with white men about who's more fit to be the man. They don't even practice it like that. Nobody does but the black woman. Nobody's fighting a man and trying to determine and trying to make themselves out to be equal to a man, but the sisters. You know, they took it all the way left field with it.
Yeah.
So stop dating black women. That would be easy, right?
Well, I was gonna say that's the thing that's the next course on the table, coming to the table. But you hear me say quite often on that particular subject, name me one law a black man wrote to oppress a black woman. I've been waiting for somebody to tell me that for a minute. I don't know what business black women had joining the feminist movement in droves and then being the face of it. It's been reported now that less than 7%, or it's like 7 or 4% of women in the UK identify as feminists, right? No matter what they say out their mouth, they don't even identify as feminists no more.
It's something you got to address, because if you study it and realize what really makes it bad is that we were at the time, black men and black women were standing together as part as the Black Power movement. Mm-hmm. And white women were literally able to come over while we were fighting for rights for black life, for all of us to be able to live, right? The white women were able to come over and convince black women to sell out black life for women's empowerment. It was no longer important that black kids could survive and black men survive and black women survive. They sold out the Black Power movement to take part in something that was just about getting women more privileges. You know what I'm saying? To the point where, you know, like the situation where they came to them and offered them benefits to get the men out of the households. Why would you take that deal? So now you sold out the Black Power movement to chase the feminism.
No, I disagree.
The family to chase, you know, your own housing, your cheaper housing and everything. It's like it's really a bad look. Like a lot of men aren't going to be able to let that go. It's kind of like treason.
Mm-hmm. All right, Anna, go ahead.
I disagree. I think it's treason on you guys' end, because honestly, before the food stamp thing, there wasn't that many guys like you getting jobs. So
would you ever say that was
people were literally starving on the side of the street?
Society denying them jobs. Are you
okay? So what do you expect? What do you expect your culture to do, or something like that? Like that people were starving.
Starving because
people were not starving. Like, please, let's don't do that.
They were. They didn't have enough money to provide for the family.
That's not what was happening.
They didn't have enough money to provide for the family.
No, what they were providing, people were going to work, people were providing, but it wasn't enough to live. It was enough to survive. So they were getting enough to live, but they weren't enough to survive, but they weren't getting enough to live a lavish lifestyle or to live the American dream. But they weren't starving. So that's a whole nother subject. They weren't starving.
Okay, well, you're right. We did so-called mess it up. So you guys should just go somewhere else, really. I mean, like.
But this is the thing. There's black women all over the world. So
exactly.
I mean, just because we don't have to necessarily deal with American black women if that's the case. But there's black women all over the world.
Hey, I'm not abandoning my house because my child is acting up. It's my house. This is my race. This is my nation. I'm not leaving.
What do you own? You don't own anything.
You ain't acting right. It's my house. If anything, you gonna go. You gonna get left by yourself. You gonna get kicked out. I'm not leaving.
All right, so Anna, I got a question for you. I guess I'll put it in a different way. Let me mute you real quick. What are some of the worst examples you've seen? Well, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna ask. What have you done as a woman that you would think would be unsubmissive? What have you done?
It's a big ass list.
I mean, I can't really think right now. I mean, I talk over. I have a job. That's would be considered unsubmissive.
We're not intimidated by that.
Okay, I don't care what you are.
Especially
Anyway.
not intimidated by DoorDash or Uber Eats. We don't care. God bless you. God bless you.
Hey,
Thank you.
You're welcome, baby. God bless you.
I mean,
But yeah, I don't really do much. My life is I just get up, work, and come home and look at this entertainment and hop on. This is entertainment for me. Like I don't gain anything out of this. This is not a lesson for me. Like
so let me ask
Golly.
you, I think we know some of your stance on marriage and submission and explain to me why you can't be a married submissive woman.
because I want to mess around with many people. I don't want to just be with one person.
Now we getting to the bottom of it. I must be asking the right questions.
But that's fair though. That's fair though. I respect the
You
woman
have a
who
right.
says what
Exactly.
she
Yeah.
wants.
He's right.
Right. I mean, I don't have a right to force her to believe anything. I respect the woman who's honest enough to say what she wants and to go after what she wants. Now, whatever the moral implications of that is, God, that's between her and God, right? But at least she's letting you know up front where she stands. She's not trying to trick anybody. She's not trying to deceive anybody. So kudos to you.
Not only is Israel right, well, the issue we have is that more women ain't coming out their mouth and saying exactly what she just said. They want to shame the men and call the men back. Why don't you just say you want to mess with multiple dudes and take multiple dicks? If you say that, so we can go around those women and go get the women who don't want that. So I actually applaud you. Not even joking, no cap at all. I applaud you for at least being honest enough to say it.
I do too.
Here's the funny thing about it. Here's a huge difference between women and men in this space. Ladies, if you want us to take you seriously on your feminist front, and if you're really about that life, say exactly what you mean and what your purpose is. If you be gangster about everything you do, and we'll leave you alone. Men would have no license to even be in these spaces. We know you're lying. We know many of you feel the same way Anna feels. Say that because you're afraid you're going to be shamed for it. So you're going to try to put it off on men and deflect. She was honest. She said, I want to take multiple dicks.
She's not being honest though.
No. Hey, bro.
What you mean by that, CEO? What you mean?
You gotta see her on these panels.
You gotta break that down.
What you mean?
Go ahead, bro.
She told you. What you mean she's not being honest?
All right. First of all, okay. Here's how she's being fraudulent.
It's sad because he doesn't want to believe what's presented right in front of you. Like I'm telling you.
Anna, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to rebut. Let him go.
You have to, first of all, people just say things, but you have to understand psychology. As a person think if they behave, if you know what I'm saying, it's right here. Okay. If you a hoe and you just want to, be all about sex and just want whoop-de-whoop, why do you keep coming on a platform where brothers are trying to have constructive conversations that are in the betterment of our society? Why would you choose this? There's plenty of platforms you can go watch.
Can I tell why?
Why come here and be a part? Why
even let her rebut?
Because as a woman, I'm very toxic and I like this. I like coming up here. I like to be the stir of the pot. You have a lot of yes men. Let me be honest here with you. You have a lot of yes men on the panel, you're going to lose viewers. To have someone that disagree, that's actually a help, honestly. Because honestly, I do disagree. And from my standpoint, I think that we should have the freedom to do what we want. And I highly believe in that, honestly.
Can you justify it logically? How that's going to work? How does that work? How does that benefit? How do you see that being a benefit to anybody, even yourself? What do you stand on?
Are you referring to the
CEO? You trying to hold her to see? This is the issue, right? Can you real quick, Anna? Because it's a lot of background noise.
Where's the double?
It's Anna. It's Anna. This is the issue, man. CEO. we are trying to hold women to a standard that we hold men to, and women are not men, bro. They don't look at things the way we look at things. They don't operate the same way we operate. They are not responsible and accountable. And this is what I know to be a fact. When you try to make a woman accountable and make a woman responsible is when you run into problems, because by nature, they are not. They will dodge accountability. They will dodge responsibility, because at the end of the day, it's on us to take the responsibility and the accountability and to make and to shape and to cast a vision and to cast a plan. Now, whether she follows that plan, whether she doesn't follow that plan, that is if she's the right woman or if she's not the right woman. But by and large, to find a woman that takes accountability and responsibility is slim and none, bro. I can't find too many. So when you ask her what does she stand on, they don't stand on nothing.
You have to stand the significant role that they play in our society. We're sitting here having these discussions because of their behavior.
Let me just say this to that point.
They can destroy us if we don't check them.
I was going to say to that point.
I mean,
hold on. To that point, CEO, because we talked about this. You're a nation builder. I told you in the battle for our families, it is war and there will be casualties.
Right.
You're listening to a casualty down there. She said, leave me on the battlefield. I want to be a casualty. You can't save her. That's actually one of the questions I got. She's saying, leave me here on the battlefield. Right. So sometimes we just got to listen.
Let's take that scenario with the battlefield. All right. You see an enemy and you see somebody, her rhetoric, her standpoint, she's going to go out there and infect the rest of the women and turn them into your enemy. So why let her go? Demolish her now. If she's choosing to take that stand, we should demolish her then. You know what I'm saying? Because she's gonna go somewhere else and she's gonna get a batch of women, and before you know, we're gonna be caught up in a gender war, and then we'll be complaining about the women when we should have killed this in its infancy.
Well, this is the thing. Well, this is the thing though. Like someone said, and I think Aaron O was saying, and this was Aaron O's point. Women are people, and people have the freedom of choice. They have the freedom to choose. They are not our slaves. They are not our property. We can't make them do anything, right? Hold on. Let me finish, brother. None of the laws make them do anything that benefits us. And that's part of the problem. So what I'm saying to you is this. The only thing that we could do as men is to present the best opportunity for them, or the best proposition for them to make the best decisions. That's it. A woman like Anna, actually, it works in your favor, actually, because other women don't really look at Anna and say, oh yeah, I want to live Anna's life or live like Anna, right? Other women, they'll see a Trigger Mike's wife, or they'll see a Rita, or they'll see the other brother's wife that was up here, Brother Rich. They'll see their wives and they'll see the lives that they live, and they'll want that. They'll want to be able to go on shopping sprees and be taken care of. They'll want to have the family and to have the dream. When presented, like in Malcolm X, he said, when you present the people with the water, they will take the option of the one that is most clean. You see what I'm saying? So the only reason why they make the choices that they make is because the water is dirty, brother. But when you give them the option of the clean water, they will drink. So this is the thing, and that's the diluted water versus the clean water.
I'll put it like this. If you come across a number of these women, and most of the time you feel frustrated, you can't do nothing about it, just give up on them, right? But if you come across a number of these women and you have the skill, the competency, the ability to sit down and talk to this woman over, let's say a week, and able to actually help her see the error in her way and fix her, you're going to feel differently. You're not going to be so turned down by women who are acting like this. I can see that she's faking in front, and y'all can see it and be like, oh, now I see it, man. It's a
God bless you, brother. God bless you. And you are in for, like I told Cheeky, you are in for a hard life. God bless you.
I ain't never going to allow myself to take a loss behind it.
But I heard, and no dig, right? But I heard that you said that you have multiple children's mothers, right? And then I also heard you say, because I listened very well, I also heard you say that part of the issue that you had was them poisoning the well, so to speak, and indoctrinating the children with a anti-man, anti-you, anti-father mindset, correct?
That came with the third woman, the 7 years she did that.
Okay. Right. So what I'm saying to you, brother, is, and from experience that some women, like Trigger Mike is saying, you have to allow to be who they are. I think part of the reason why we're having so much trouble is we're trying to change people into being something else. The only way, there's a dude that came out with this pono mindset. And what he said was, it was a chant. It said the change that you want to see in other people is the change that you have to make in yourself. So the idea is that, and I apologize, I don't know his name off the top of my head, so I want to give him credit. But the thing is, the idea is to change yourself, to make yourself the best version of yourself, to make yourself the best that you could be. And by that, you're going to attract people to it by your actions. People are going to look at the way that you live and look at the way that you prostrate as a man. And then they're going to want to, women are going to want to fall up under that. But if you're talking and if you're preaching and if you're preaching at them, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to want to do what you say. They're going to want to do what you do.
It depends on your competency and capability. What you're saying generally is correct, but I'll just put it like this, so people can just say that I think I'm something. I have the ability to change people. I don't have to accept people as they are, and it's a part of being a leader. When you're a leader, you come into a situation like new management and you realize the way that they're practicing, the belief systems, the values that they have are fucked up, but you have the ability as leadership to motivate, to inspire. It's called change management. We have the competence, we have the skill set to take somebody. I have the skill set to go into a community with a brother who's known nothing but gangbanging his whole life, right? Where other people have failed, and say the right things because, like you said, I've done the work.
Brother, but a brother, number one, a brother is different than a woman, number one. And number two, because you can appeal to logic and reason and to a man, but to a woman, that's not what moves her. Number one. Number two, a change against its will is of the same opinion still. When you try to change someone and someone's mindset, it will be temporary unless they want to change and unless they want to be better. And generally speaking, the way to help people be better is to inspire them. And how do you inspire people? It is through your own prostration and through your own action that emanates out. And then people want to aspire to be like you. And that is the way that you have constant change. But I respect a woman like Anna. I respect a woman like Superhead that says, hey, this is what I am. This is who I am. This is how I rock. Yo, because then look, Trigger Mike, you have the option to say, yo, that's not what I want in my life. God bless you, sister. Good luck. And move forward. You know what I'm saying? She ain't trying to trick you. She ain't trying to waste your time. She ain't trying to make you think that she's something that she's not. I appreciate that because I don't like wasting time because time is a valuable commodity.
Yeah, can I say something?
Real quick, let me do the super chats, Anna. All right. And then you go. Well, in fact, let me do the super chats, then we got to get to the new folks on the panel. Granville Guillory, good morning, Grandpappy Trigger Mike. I got you, Grandpappy, Negro. All right. Ones. I don't even know what that was for. We had a lot of ones. My man Granville always looking out. Granville, that outside stick get them hoes sick like he's from New Orleans.
I like it like that. See you working
up. That back. Hey, my man Granville from the NO out here. I live in Houston. Houston is just another is a colony for New Orleans, boy. I tell you.
I swear.
All right. Love. We love you, Anna. The jury's still out, Granville. I don't know. All right. I think you got a fan, but I think you already know that.
Secret admirer.
Baddie Anna. Okay. I think he drive trucks. I think I know what he wants you to be. What do they call him? What do they call him?
Lot lizard.
Lot
lizard, baby.
He looked like he could be a brother or something. A family.
He want the lot lizard, baby.
Little girl.
Hey, Anna, you gonna go away on Lot Lizard? Or you never mind. She's sending a personal.
I just want. Sorry, I just woke up like an hour ago. I just want to say. Yeah, I woke up on the bullshit, but I just want to say. The guy's like the guy with the do-rag on. He's like one of those. He reminds me of one of those guys, like the female version. It's like you know how women be trying to change the pookies and ray-rays, and they tell them up front, like, "Hey, I just want you want to be the person to come in and save someone instead of actually getting the female that's right for you. You focus on the ones that is telling you up front, and I've had so many guys that was like you. No, I've had so many guys that will come into the strip club and be like, I can change your life. You don't need to do this. And it's like, dude, where's your money? Just make it rain. Like, I don't really give a crap. And there's so many guys who will come into the strip club and be like, this guy, like, I can make you into a housewife. You don't need to do this. You're too beautiful to be in a strip club. Like, why are you here? Like, you're trying to change people who want to live a certain lifestyle. And I don't understand why.
She don't want to be
If
saved.
you're moral,
Don't save her.
Granville,
She
come on,
don't
Ken,
wanna
real
be
quick.
saved.
I want to say something.
Yeah,
If
they
your
say-
moral
they say-
standpoint,
I'll take
if
it.
your moral standpoint goes against mine,
Mm.
then why don't you just go get someone with your moral standpoint instead of coming over to my moral standpoint and trying to change what my morals is to make it match yours? That makes
So-
no
Because you
sense.
keep coming
If
into my
I can
house trying to
summarize real quick, hold
be a
on.
part of what
If
I'm
I
doing,
can
so
summarize real quick,
I help
Anna,
you
what
get
you're
in.
saying is bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Is that what you're saying?
No, she said, "Don't save her.
No.
They don't want to be
You
saved.
don't wanna be
Don't
saved.
save
I mean,
her."
no,
like that
there's
one.
Bars. She's kicking bars though. She's speaking
You know,
Yeah, but
straight
if they
facts.
really didn't
He
want
got
to be
that
saved,
photo?
if they really didn't want to be
Yeah.
saved, they wouldn't be up in the church. They'd be out in the street. Like if you really want to just be
I
a hoe,
haven't
you
I
don't
don't
care
I don't
about
go
the
to church. I
conversation,
hate
you in the
churches.
wrong
know
I
what?
hate church.
You're in the wrong
I give
place.
Anna a lot of flack, but the realism you're showing on this show today, it's a little inspiring. I hope you inspire some.
I mean, I've always been like this because I have nothing to hide. My
It's
life
respect.
is just life, and I'm a human being just like everyone else, so I have nothing to hide.
You hiding
I
out
She
from
belongs
the
to the
street.
street.
I respect. Hey, listen, I respect it. Hey, listen.
I
You can't
literally
shame.
live with my
Listen, you
roommate.
cannot
Look,
shame the shameless, fam.
No, she got
You
they
cannot shame
try
this.
to get on me for being a DoorDash driver. I would
listen,
tell
like-
you even more. I literally roommate with someone, and my mattress is on the floor, and I have
you
an
a
air
girl, it
mattress.
don't matter. Hey,
So
listen, it's all
my
good.
thing
You're a
is,
girl.
Get
It's
you off
all
that
good.
floor.
my thing
If
is,
that's she don't want to be off the floor. If she lived like that, that's how she want to live, fam.
Hey,
I'll
let
get
me
you
tell
off
you,
yeah.
that floor,
Wait,
girl.
she
I want to
still
explain that
affected
situation. The only
Because you
reason
don't
I'm
have to live like that.
There's a
Because she can do whatever
20-something
she
year
want to
old
do.
woman that
As
is
a
living
woman?
the same way every other 20-something year old woman is living. Like, come on, bro. Y'all got to get a bump girl back.
Yeah, man. Let
Yeah,
me
it's
finish these
respect.
super chats.
I mean, the only reason I was in an apartment, but I stopped because all the bills started piling up. But now this goes for something else. This is completely different. My credit score was extremely good, and my
Explain nothing to nobody in this
no,
room.
let me just say this. My credit score was extremely good. I want to say this to teach other young people who's listening to this. My credit score was extremely good in a 700 range, and my income was nice. So I qualified to finance a whole lot of stuff. Laptops, a $6,000 loan, a brand new car. I qualified to finance all of this stuff. And when all the bills started piling up every month of the stuff that I financed, including my rent, it was just impossible for me to keep up with it. So what I'm doing is I'm just roommating until I can pay off all of my debt and then go back into apartment living. Like, oh, I can't pay off my car note. That's obvious, but I could pay off the other debts and then get back into apartment living. But my advice is don't finance things,
All right, Anna, I don't know what the hell. This is not Earn Your Leisure. I don't know. All right. So real quick.
In other words, don't be like Anna, young ladies.
Yeah.
You need guidance and direction.
King
Don't be
Spark,
like Anna.
$57.99. Appreciate that. The way Anna breathes is unsubmissive. Goddamn, I agree.
CGD.
Granville with the toxicity. Anna is love. Get out of here.
Simp.
Marriage, politics, and sports. Anna is a V. You got to come on, Mr. Rich. Tell us what you mean. She hasn't been around. Granville with more toxicity. Loving on Anna. He up here now, so if you want to give your official love,
I'm about to
declaration.
say, because look, y'all was playing up on me on this panel like I wouldn't hop up on a panel or something. What's good?
What's up, G? What's up, G?
Real.
You know, I
Nah,
said
it's
Sit
nothing.
next
you
to
was up
Gran.
here.
Put me next to him.
Look
I
at
didn't come
old
for
man.
you, G.
Israel,
G.
you stay over there. Stay over there. Even though you are OG, stay over there and be silent. All
Yes,
these
Yeah.
new people
Yes,
I don't know
yes,
is
sir.
talking shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
put me
yes,
down
sir.
with
Lapeef
Granville.
Network.
I want to be
I
with him.
apologize. Y'all got a
Yeah.
problem? Y'all got a problem with my simping?
With your simp, we do. We know
Yeah,
we
we got
do.
some-
What your problem is with my simping?
We
We
gonna
got sympathy for
troll
you.
you till you come over
got
to the dark
sympathy.
side. You know it.
What you said?
Again,
we
more
got-
toxicity. Anna is queen. My man Granville.
I mean, but
But
she
you
just
notice the
proved
whole panel came to Saber. They all in
that the
defense.
power that women have.
You
That's
know,
what
the
she
saving
sympathy.
hoes.
You know
If
what?
you have
When he stopped
power on
driving
your
trucks and
you
he
can
stopped
tell the
banging them
world.
lot lizards, he gonna want a real woman. Don't worry. We gonna give you time, Granville.
Yo, get your
Hey,
passport,
What you
brother.
mean?
Them lot lizards got your mind messed up right now. So we gonna
Look,
We're gonna let you enjoy yourself.
Uncle Mike, look, Uncle Mike. I might be a lost cause. You might just have to trim the fat, Uncle Mike.
He's trying to win you over.
We got toxic.
You might just have to trim me and Anna off. You know, we might be lost causes. Y'all know what y'all say about life. Y'all know what y'all say about light-skinned people. We fickle.
No soldier left behind.
Oh my gosh.
You right. All right. My man,
I'm
Mr. Black Sheep, how you doing?
All right, G, be safe out there, fam.
Good, sir. Good afternoon. What you got on the topic so far?
Everybody. After all that simping, my mind kind of died, and I forgot what the question was. So if you would please remind me. Actually, first off, I would like to wish Passe Blanc and Anna a long and prosperous YouTube marriage, and have plenty of kids, and hopefully not get divorced a year later, like most people out here.
We gotta
That's
amend
all
that.
love.
I do not hope such toxic people put more demon spawns on this.
No
earth.
more creations from
We
that.
don't need
I
no
think
more.
they would make
more
great
spawn.
parents.
I hope they wrap it up.
She was on the account the other day looking like she wanted to have a baby. She was acting up yesterday.
Yep.
You watching her that closely?
Yeah. You didn't see the little y'all. If you were paying attention yesterday, when she couldn't really get all the brothers riled up and distracted with the normal bullshit, she switched up. If you was paying attention, she was up there trying to rub on herself and try to show you what to do. That ain't a female. Y'all just
that's what she does.
Listen, that's my phone died. Mashallah.
We know you said alhamdulillah.
My phone died during that time.
Hey, all right, Mr. Black Sheep, then Dre. On the question, I'll be right back.
What was the question though? I forgot it.
I think it's scrolling across the bottom.
Have you guys seen Logic? I've been on a hunt for him.
He was around yesterday.
He was up yesterday. The question is, Mr. Black Sheep, what are some of the worst behaviors you've seen from unsubmissive women?
Some of the behaviors. Well, most of the I gotta say that the majority of the behavior I've seen, in my opinion, in some degree, has been justified. Like, there's a lot of hurt women out here, and I guess putting that hurt on other people would be one. Fucking Pookies and Ray Rays out here just fucking up the whole game, and ain't nobody putting them in check. And
are you simping?
It's just am I simping? All fucking day. All goddamn day.
Oh shit. Simping too.
Wait, wasn't you just on Chaotic Truth?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I just hopped on
sorry. Sorry.
You're good.
All right, my next brother. Oh, would you finish back sheet?
Oh, I was just about to point it to somebody else. Hey, you go ahead.
Yeah, my next brother, Dre. What's the worst thing that you've seen that an unsubmissive woman has done?
What up, Israel Mills?
What's going on, Dre? UK. Thank you, sir.
Let's up. I think it's one of those broad questions, and it comes down to personal experience. Unsubmissive women are effectively men with vaginas and long hair. You know, if you want to put it that way, they're women who are trying to be men. So you're going to have a lot of masculine traits that typically you see in men: very competitive, very combative. And if you ever end up in, God forbid, in a relationship or any kind of liaison with that kind of woman, she'll probably ration sex. She'll choose and pick when she wants to sleep with you. She'll probably compare you to an ex. But generally, if you want to find an unsubmissive woman, it's effectively a man in a woman's body, or a woman who's trying to be a man, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, wait.
There are plenty of them in the world today.
My bad. I didn't mean to skip you, Mr. Neighborhood. What's going on? What you got on the topic?
Okay, so what I would want to say specifically that The worst thing an unsubmissive woman has done or can do is follow a man that chooses to allow her to continue to be unsubmissive. Because I, myself, and my philosophy is a woman is going to exhibit the behaviors that the man that is closely around her exhibits. So if he is, or if he has women or feminine ways, she will give off that same catty energy. If he is a man and he is one with himself and walks as a man, that woman will acquiesce to what it is he is saying or doing just because she is around someone that she understands there are consequences to actions that are not in line with what that man is doing. Because unsubmissive women are not covered by men. They are covered by men playing as men. They are boys or children or whatever you want to call it. But they shy away from real men because they don't want that. They want the chaos and confusion. Like the young lady spoke to it. It said she wanted to come into the room just to stir the pot. And we all, as I was included, we allowed her to
save him.
Now again, we don't have.
I mean, let's be honest here. Everybody come on the YouTube for some type of attention. Let's just be honest here. Everybody.
Well, I mean, again, your reason and everybody else's reason are different reasons altogether. Now, specifically, me being here is because, again, the topic is unsubmissive women, and I think there would never be an unsubmissive woman if a man had not failed her first. Because when women are in order and they have a man that is in order around them, they fall in alignment. That's just typically the way it goes. If you go out in the jungle, I don't think they got some female lion that's just running around punching lions in the face. That's not really what happens.
But Mr. Neighborhood, the thing is to pick. But see, and that's why I was getting back with CEO, and that's what the sister was telling him. Basically, Anna was telling him, yo, if you have to vet and pick properly someone who would be willing to submit. It's the same thing. Like if you take it to the other game, right? Yo, that woman has to decide to choose on your pimping, right? You can't pimp on a woman who ain't, you know what I'm saying? Who ain't trying to be a 3 or 4.
But the one difference between men and women, a woman could be as wild as she want to be. She could be a jackal in the street. There's a man, the man that comes into her life that she's gonna dismiss all of that prior behavior because she wants to follow that man. Now you may not
disagree with that, brother. I disagree with that. That's not true.
Well, so the one thing I do like about
every woman is not tameable. That's not true.
What I do like about what Neighborhood is saying is that this is actually a 3-tier failure. I talked about this yesterday. So it is the failure of the individual man, or if he takes on this woman. So the man failed. Then this is usually where men have been failing at this for generations. There's always men who are a little too docile, right, and can't control their women. There's always been men like this, but the community usually doesn't fail because they're the next step in holding you accountable because you represent your community. This is what we see in different communities that are close knit. They'd be like, you won't be of my last name behaving like that. You won't be of my community behaving like that. What I love about cultures and women that are to be honored and respected is before a man can even say something in some cultures, the women are lambasting the damn woman for her behavior. So we don't have that. So then the community failed. And then the third failure, which is responsible for how it got into the almost 5th wave of feminism, the government enables it. So men fail, community fail, and the government enables this behavior by giving them all the entitlements for leaving their family, leaving their man, and all of that. So it's a 3-tier failure as to how we got it this bad in America. But what I like about what Mr. Neighborhood said is that for some reason, I don't know why, because it wouldn't happen in my community, but when I go out, like we went out last week, people got to meet my wife, some of the people from the network. She's so feminine, she's all of this, and to me, I'm like, that's supposed to be a compliment, I understand. But with a man like me, it wouldn't happen any other way. I don't know what type of woman y'all think I'm gonna choose, right? And one of the reasons why my wife not even just behaves the way she does, right, and is consistent in her behavior, is because I was raised by a man. Period. Those characteristics that I stated earlier, disagreeable, unyielding, all of that, those are masculine characteristics. So there is no room in my presence for that. She literally just has to stay. When you have an energy like mine, a woman has to stay in her feminine. Masculinity and femininity are two separate energies that flow together. They're not supposed to intersect. So I don't let her intersect or infringe on my duty as a man or my masculinity or come into the masculine role. So eventually, any woman that sees that roadblock, that brick wall there, is essentially going to stop trying to run into it. So she's just gonna you be like, nope, I'm in my way. I know how my husband is. He not having that. And when you hear women talk like that, they know their man. They know their role, and they're gonna stay there. All right. And so it is the man. I do definitely agree with you on that. If we had enough of these type of men, and really women, they have
about no women. They'll be falling in line.
Yep.
I want to say one point.
They're gonna be wild until they want to be tamed. Now, guess what? We can't tame them, because if they wanted to be tamed, they would already be tamed. So why are you even wasting your time if you are trying to move forward and progress? Because again, the men on this panel, I think none of us are in our 20s where we were doing the things that we were doing at that age. So when you get into the space where you like, hey, I want to make some money, I'm thinking about legacy, I'm thinking about the future, I'm thinking about putting something away to move forward with. Why would I pick the girl that want to be in the streets playing city girl? She not doing nothing for me but the one thing we know she doing. And if that's all she want to do, more power to this.
That's the point I was making.
Something?
That's right and exact. That's the point I was making. That's
I
right.
I don't see how y'all
Can I say something?
It is really
have
simple
a
to understand
platform
that.
where you have brothers who came on the platform and they're
Is it okay if I
trying to
can say
initiate
something on this
conversation.
topic?
Who's saying who? Real
She
quick,
actually asked me, might let her want to talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
I just want to say I do want to be honest here. When I get older, I'm probably gonna want to. Well, I'm not probably, not at all. When I get older, for sure, 100%, it is a definite that I won't be doing the things that I'm doing, because nobody wants to see an old stripper on a pole, and I'm gonna be forced to slow down because nobody's gonna want to mess with me once I'm older. I understand that.
You don't think your
As what I
reputation?
see, younger guys typically do not want older women.
she's
So it would
proving my
be,
point.
forced to
hold on,
settle down, but I still don't want marriage. I still want to be single. I don't want to be held down. It's just, I've always been like this, waking up to the same face, because I've even tried it. I've tried being in relationships, and it's just never been for me. It's never been for me. Like, I've tried waking up. I've lived with a guy for a whole month, and waking up to his face every single day was annoying.
A whole month.
It was annoying.
Well,
Anna,
you don't think.
Anna,
Well, you don't think.
respectfully.
Wait, I was just gonna ask you. You don't think by the time that you get older,
Exactly.
you don't think that your reputation and the things that you've done are going to follow you into your older age?
It probably will, but I don't want a relationship, so it doesn't matter if it does follow me.
So you think a man is going to choose you even though you're not offering a family, even though you're not offering marriage, even though you're not offering chastity, even though you're not offering loyalty, even though you're not offering.
I think you guys are confused about me again. I don't want a man to choose me.
You contradict
So
yourself,
wait.
Israel.
Let me ask you.
No,
this.
it's no
I've
contradiction.
never contradicted myself. I don't want a man to choose me.
So hold on, Anna. Respectfully, you're 23 years old. Have you given any thought to the fact that you might not feel this way at 40? Have you given any thought to that? And
no, because I don't think I will. I think I will feel the same way.
How you do it? Don't take my word for it. Don't take Moses' CEO. Don't take anybody else's word for it. Go to the people you naturally respect and admire that are that age. Women, I'm talking about. The women you respect and admire naturally.
Amber Rose.
Without any toxicity entering your mind, and look at their life, ask them personal questions about the things they want, and how their opinion changed from when they were 23 like you to when
Can
they
I
are
challenge
40
you?
now. Do you think you're going to feel this way at 40? Go ahead.
Can I challenge the question? Can I challenge you? I want to make you see it my way. What can you do as a couple that you can't do as a single person?
I can if I croaked today, all of my property assets, 401k and everything is going to the one woman I put a rock on her finger without me writing anything.
Okay, so you're basically saying all of the money will go to her when you perish.
Yes.
Okay. I can save up whatever money you give to her. I can have that as a single woman if I work hard enough. I can have money
Oh God!
as a
Oh
single
no,
woman.
that's not an answer. That's not an
have to
answer.
work.
Actually,
Okay,
actually,
whatever
you know
you
what,
can,
Anna?
whatever you give to your wife, I can
Anna,
get it
Anna,
to myself.
Respectfully, you can't, and here's why. You're not. You're likely. Look, I'm not even going to say you can't. I apologize. I wasn't supposed to say that. I'm not going to say you can't. The odds are severely against you. Black women are the
No.
second poorest group of people in the United States of America. Right now, at 23 years old, this is what we call your formative years. The decisions you make between 18, when you were supposed to start college, and 25 are going to dictate how you suffer or prosper throughout the rest of your life.
I
Right
think
now,
money
you have told us,
management and
hold on. Right now, you have told us that you're stripping. I'm sorry, the outlook for you right now is not good. Can you admit that?
no, not at all. Because if I can save up my money, but right now I'm taking a break until I can get my body back in shape. But if I can save that money that I'm stripping with and flip that by getting a personal loan and
How
you
you
know,
stripping? How to get out of shape? What, you had a baby or something
What?
no, I just gained weight.
on the pole?
You're
On the
23.
pole.
She likes to eat a lot. Anna likes to eat good food. She likes to
She
eat.
eat nachos on the pole and shit.
She eats. She's almost every time she's on camera, she's
See,
eating.
right
She likes
now,
to
I
eat.
don't know if it's who's more toxic. I don't know if it's me for even thinking I'm talking sense or honest.
Trolling, bro.
I don't know who's
She
more
trolling.
crazy right now.
Yeah, you are more
That's why I
crazy.
was saying y'all was
Yeah,
contradicting yourself, because I thought y'all couldn't speak. And there was no reason to speak, no logic to her.
No,
There
no,
was
I was just
You know
asking
what?
about later, but CEO, I was asking
y'all
about
trying
later in life. I wasn't trying to save her now. I'm just asking about later in life. That's it.
But I mean, she said
Making
she
the
want to be
show
a
all
hoe. Why
about her.
teach it? Nothing. She
I
want to
think
be a hoe.
it's
Can I ask her
education,
a
bro.
question real quick?
Y'all
Can I
trying
ask
to
Anna a question
G
real
is
quick?
back to save his
All right,
woman.
here come a man.
Hold on,
What's going
Mr.
on?
Black Sheep.
Why
Hold
y'all
on.
coming at? Why y'all coming at Anna like that, dog?
We not. We
What's
trying
y'all
to
issue,
preserve her
dog?
for you, dog.
What's
We
y'all
trying to
issue,
preserve her for
dog?
you, baby.
Hold on,
What's
bro.
y'all
Hold on,
issue,
bro.
Hey
dog?
man, she
Mr.
told us something.
Mr.
What you
Black
doing,
Sheep
man?
got the floor. Hold on, Mr. Black Sheep
As
got the floor.
as
Go
a
ahead.
full-fledged white man, I would say that Anna is
Mr. Black
the
Sheep.
prime candidate for marriage in her later years, even as a stripper and an OnlyFans. I think that she is high quality in the black community, and women should be modeling themselves.
I'm not gonna
Man,
let
yeah,
you
thank you.
continue.
But thank you,
You
man,
get a
because I was about to
5-minute
curse his
timeout for
ass
that,
out.
bro.
I was
I'm
about to
not
Y'all
say
gonna
letting
he
let
can
him
have
say
her.
he's
Don't
white
don't
up here?
stand for that.
no,
Don't
Y'all gonna
stand for
let him
that
stamp his
madness.
racist white
His
Mr.
ass,
ass
Black
don't
out?
Sheep.
stand for
Why
that
you ain't let
madness.
him
What
do
in
it?
the
Mr.
You gonna
world?
Black
let
Sheep.
Bad
No,
Bud
man,
do it,
fuck
though.
that. Fuck
I don't
that.
even put people in timeout, and
Nah,
I'm
he's
doing the
talking
Lord's
about.
work
Thank
right
you, man,
now.
because I was
He
about to
just threw a
slam on
lob
him,
on
man.
that
What?
one.
I'm about
Black
to
Sheep,
look.
Black Sheep, I'm proud of you,
Look.
dog. I'm proud of you.
Hold on. I
I
got
bet you are.
another
Just take
question.
her. We'll
I
trade her
got
for
another
someone.
question, and we're gonna start with wife school. What's going on? Good
What's up,
afternoon to you.
guys? I
Hey,
just want to say, Anna,
hey, wife school,
it's
how you
so
doing?
unfortunate, my loves. I love you guys. It's really unfortunate because a lot of the women, we're a microwave. They're like a microwave generation. They want everything up now. And she says, I can get these on her own. She couldn't even sustain an apartment. So you're in debt. Like,
I'm young. What do you mean?
no, young. You should
We're
be
all young.
gaining knowledge. You should be using your youth, your body, all the
All of you
whatever is
black women
gonna
that have
fade,
knowledge,
is gonna fade. That is gonna fade. That is superficial. You're basing all your success on superficiality. And people are gonna look at that. It's gonna follow you. Whatever we, think that's not gonna happen, it is. And when we get older, it's unfortunate that we look back and we're like, wow, I wish I would have did this and I wish I would have did that. And you have a whole panel of men that probably dealt with young females like that. You're dealing with a whole panel of men that have daughters that are your age, and they have higher expectations. So that the love that they're sharing and the insight they're sharing with you is basically trying to steer you from that. Not saying you can do whatever you want to do, that's fine. But you will have to accept the results that you get. And then you can't be this bitter person saying that, oh, ain't nobody choosing me, whatever, but that's the results at that time later on in your life that you're going to get. And will you be willing to settle, or are you going to still be trying to be this 10 or this 9, doing what you do? It's not sustainable
can I
way of
answer?
thinking. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, rebut.
Okay, so as far as my living situation, I'm young. And as far as college, I actually learned from black women. A lot of them would get all of these college degrees, and guess what? They're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. I refuse to go to college if I can't fully afford it.
Okay.
So I'm not going to college. I'm going to be debt free when I'm older, and I can still save. And if I'm saving while being debt free, I have nobody to owe but myself, then how can I go wrong if I'm just saving every year?
I mean, like, well, I understand your standards are that you just what older women are saying now. I don't need anybody. You eventually will need somebody. That's if you choose that. And I say, to each his own, but it's just unfortunate, that you would just use like a lot of men, they would love to take care of a young female that don't have to struggle. And you can save your money because they're going to be providing for you. I think that's a win-win situation myself. But I hope that you don't have a career in just using your body up and your beauty. And all that saving is nothing if you're not generating assets, because you're eventually going to have to retire. You're eventually going to get old, and
Can I ask you
hopefully
a
you have all
question?
the savings, all the lipo in the world is not going to keep you looking like a 10 or a 9. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I look like a 10 or a 9. I think on average I look like a 6. But
Okay.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your name is Wife School.
Yes, love.
I'm pretty sure you agree with Kevin Samuels and stuff like that. I have a question for you. What do people mean when they say you're going to die alone? What does that mean?
It's a literal term, like you're going to die alone. Like you'll have nobody to support you. Like if you literally don't have any children, who's going to come and take you to your appointments, or like who can you rely on?
Okay, I will
You're
have
gonna
children,
need
so
to rely on somebody. Yeah, exactly. So you're gonna use your children to be there for you in place of a partner. Essentially, we live life in relationships. Essentially, ideally, we should have a man that's taking care of us, and a woman that's there with a man.
my
That's ideal. I'm
grandmother,
not saying that it's all the
can I,
whole case, but ideally, it should be.
my grandmother is Puerto Rican. She has
All right,
no partner,
let's get into the next
and she
question.
comes from, well, it does matter because she comes from a different culture. She's Puerto
But that
Rican.
doesn't mean anything.
It
Like
definitely does. Well, I want to say this. They
human
don't believe in
relationship.
that.
People
All right.
move in relationships. That's
Okay,
it.
so I want to finish. My grandmother is by herself. She does not bug her kids. She's not all in her kids' business. She's not a bother to her kids. She's in shape. She's in her 70s, still walking, still running. So, I don't know. I still don't get you're going to die alone. I don't get that, because at the end of the day, everybody would die alone, whether you have a marriage, whether you have a husband or not. Husbands typically die off first, because women typically date men. Women typically date men who are older,
All right,
who are
Anna,
20 years
Anna,
older, right?
Anna, national security is called and the terrorism level is too high, so we got to ask the next
Sorry,
question.
Anna.
On the road, girl.
All right, so we're gonna start with Moses. What are some of the examples of the best behaviors you have seen from a submissive woman?
Thank you.
All right.
Finally, for the most part, a submissive woman is agreeable, which is the one thing you should want, not just the only thing from a woman, to understand what you want her to understand and get done. When you ask her, can you please wash the dishes when you finish cooking? Or if you want to actually help her, you can help wash the dishes. But if you ask her to do something, just please do it. We're not trying to fight for simple tasks. And second of all, just be understanding, because you see, the thing about fighting in a relationship I've seen in marriages, because like I said, I was formerly married, and the thing is, a lot of ladies I've come across, even dating now, just they don't smile, they don't show a peaceful part of them. It's just, and I'm only speaking from the only black women, because I've not dated other cultures, I'll be honest. And the thing is, culturally, we have the most challenging dating scene in our community. I feel like I challenge myself, like I look in the mirror like I'm about to be the best I can be, and that still ain't enough. Like I start at -10 to get to even 0. Come on now. And that's a problem for us to even talk about. That is a problem, because why are we fighting ourselves the most where we've been through a lot? You see what I'm saying? And that's in our community. I'm just speaking on for the most part.
I see you.
I'm gonna speak my speech, but I want to give a real quick disclaimer type of thing. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, when I was trying to correct the sister, everybody was like, you saving, and everybody turned into Captain Saver right after that. You know what I'm saying? But back to the point, the most important thing that I see is when a woman demonstrates emotional like maturity. you know what I'm saying, and are willing to like support an overall plan. You know what I'm saying? That she just knows how to get in formation, get in line, and work and with a man rather than work in opposition and competition and all of that. She know how to get with a man, see what he's strong in, see what, you know, and come together, mature, hold back her emotions. She ain't got to say everything that's on her mind, focused on a greater goal and objective, and have emotional immature or maturity most and foremost.
The best thing that I've seen from a woman who is submissive is can someone mute? It's like a lot of static. Yo, it was she made her man look good. Like she made her man look like a respectable man. I mean, their home was peaceful. You know, he was excited about being with her. He was excited about coming home to her. He wanted to give her everything because she brought that level of peace, that level of comfort, that level of security, that level of being taken care of by a woman to the household. So that's the best thing I've seen from a submissive woman.
I totally agree with you, Israel. And when you said it, it's like that just checks all the boxes, because if she prioritizes the peace and the stability of the home, she's gonna be agreeable. She's gonna wanna have sex with her husband. She's gonna fill in where he's not, doing things, and it won't be a problem. There's not gonna be any static. So I totally agree with that.
All right, my brother's at Gur. I mean Dre. I'm sorry, Dre. Can't see. We can't hear you on mute, brother. Dre.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
What I was going to say is, one thing about submission is, and people have to understand, is that women are generally conditionally submissive, and the level of submissiveness you will, I guess, perceive from a woman will differ from man to man. But there's a baseline where you will see women demonstrate certain attributes that is at a foundation level before they even deal with men. So I could deal with a woman who might be very submissive to me, but the next man comes along and she's not submissive. And I think I always say the closest, if you want to observe submission, I mean, look at the lions in the pride and how they go about submitting to the male lion. That is as close to submission as you can get in a natural form. Now, getting back to the question, what is the biggest trait, or what would be my observable trait that I would see in a submissive woman? I think it comes in relation to a man. So it's her ability to mutually cooperate with the man will dictate her level of submission. So if she can cooperate with the man, she is at a foundation level submissive. That means she respects a man. And if she's in some sort of relationship with the man, she will invest in the man. She'll make him look good. She'll listen. She will not be combative. But like I said, that level of experience comes down to the quality of the man. And that's something that men have to accept, that women are generally conditionally submissive. Now, men, sometimes we complain, oh, well, she's very combative. She's very, she's not submissive. She's disagreeable, etc. And a lot of it is because women naturally look to leaders. Women by form follow, and men by God's creation, we are created to lead and create and go out there and create a legacy in the world. So you can't have a hard and fast rule about what is the general observation or what do you see as a submissive woman, because the way I perceive it is going to be different from when somebody else is perceived. By her ability, I would say, if I was to bring it all to a full circle, her ability to cooperate with her man will generally dictate her level of submission.
All right, cool, Dre. So Anna, what's the best thing, if you could say anything nice, what's the best thing that you've seen a submissive woman do? Okay, Granville, my bad. What's the best thing that you've seen a submissive woman do?
I mean, I don't believe in submissiveness. I think all women, I've seen all women do good things. I've seen all women do good things.
Do you know
I've seen a
any
woman hold the
submissive
door
women at
open
all?
for an elderly person.
Well, as it relates to a relationship, have you seen any submissive women at all?
Oh, none of my friends are in relationships, so I can't really.
What about
We all
older
single.
family members? What about older family members or
I don't have any
family members?
family. I grew up in foster care.
Oh, okay. I understand. No problem. All right, so we're gonna move on. So, Mr. Neighborhood, the neighborhood, what do you see? What's the best thing that you've seen from a submissive woman?
You must be really blind. Israel, he left.
Yeah, I'm
right?
blind. Oh, the black sheep. Oh, that's you, the black sheep. Oh, my fault. Oh, I'm scared to ask you. You saying you're a white man. You saying all that crazy stuff, but the black sheep. Please don't no propaganda. All right, just call it like it is.
All right.
I am blind.
I would say staying off the internet is a big one. Staying off Instagram, staying off Facebook. Matter of fact, not having a phone would probably be the best thing I've ever seen. Not talking to your family. When I say so.
All right, man. Come on, man. You trolling, man. Come on now. Come on.
All right.
Black, come on, black sheep. Come on, man.
The best thing you know what I haven't seen in a while? Somebody who actually carries themselves with a sense of decency in public. I don't mind seeing all the ass in the summertime, but fuck, put a dress on, a long dress, not one of those fucking summer dresses bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Those sundress shits. I'm talking about like a decent fucking dress. Like, I'll leave it at that. Fuck it.
All right, cool. All right, Granville. What's the best thing you've seen a submissive woman do? Passe blanc.
I think that because I'm an incel, I cannot answer that question.
G, why y'all trolling today, man? You know women though, man. Come on, man. You got women in your family.
They had to write this before the show came
all
out.
Y'all know this, but Israel.
Yes, sir.
Say Block, you were 100% right.
G, but we know that you have women in your family, you have women around, so forth, so on. So come on, man. Be serious for once, man. Come on.
They're nice.
They're nice. Okay, good thing. Hey, yo, Black Sheep. You was on Fantastic's podcast a while ago, right? Like a week ago.
Yes, so.
You're not a white man, you motherfucker. You're not a white man. Why you trying to?
Don't know.
Why you trying to pass off? You're not a white man.
What
you can
the
sound
chat
like a
don't
white
know
man.
is best
I
for
let
them.
him live it
If they
too.
say I'm a white man, I'm a fucking white man. All right?
Nah, you just sound like a white man.
I got good credit. I got a butler. I got a fucking private pilot. All right, get on my level.
You trying to be everything on the internet, man? Why you doing that, man? This is a brother right here. He just happened. This is a hardworking brother.
He don't speak white, dog. He just has proper English.
Well, no, right. But people say that he sounds Caucasian, but this is a hardworking brother right here.
They always say that.
And you know what I'm saying? I don't know why he trolling today.
Every fucking time they say that shit. And I'm just
right,
like,
Trigger Mike.
Fuck it.
Everybody answered the question. This brother's not white, though, Trigger Mike. Black Sheep is not a white. He's a hardworking black man. He just sound like that.
You're muted, Trigger Mike.
I was on the phone listening like, man, I know this ninja wasn't white when he flashed the camera. I'm like, what is wrong with my...
He probably was at work,
white.
too. He's a hardworking black man.
You got a good code switch voice. I mean, my white voice. I've been using my white voice so long, I forgot what my actual voice sounds like.
It's not a code switch.
This is his voice, though. This is how he talks, though, Trigger Mike. This is how he talks. That's how he really talks.
No, yesterday you were talking like a black man. Today you were like, "Oh, damn! Did I break character for 2 seconds?"
Nah, every time I seen him on the panel, he talked like this. This is how he talk, Trigger Mike. I give him that. How he talk.
White man, my ass. I think he even had braids. I think this dude got corn.
Nah, he don't have braids though. He don't have no braids.
Hair straight.
I have no hairline. Okay.
Afro.
Nah, he got baldy.
All right, let's get to the next question. We're going to start with Moses. How has the culture of unsubmissive women changed our family dynamic?
Oh, man. Good question. I mean, it changed a lot, especially the way we even see marriage, if it's even worth the risk, because it now makes us think, Because I'll be honest with you, even after my divorce, which I'll say it again, because that really affected me knowing my choices. Because I waited like as a virgin to get married, and I was 25 when I got married. And the funny thing about that story for me was, the thing is, I thought she was who she was, and she claimed, and I got to know her family and everything. The problem was, the foundation of marriage was not in her. I mean, she did not understand what comes with it, and culturally she had that view of like the like to say the housewife. She followed all that stuff, and that wasn't even in the picture in the relationship talking. But the thing is, it makes us now wonder the statistics. Does it matter to us to look at that first before we pursue what's going on in our culture? Because honestly, at this point, like I said, I thought to myself, man, just get my passport and see what's out there, because America is just not the only place for a wife. Because let's be real, I'm not gonna sit here and just wait for everybody to start changing when Kevin passed. Then I realize we have choices. We do not have to stay in America. And I told a lot of guys this, and they were shocked, like, Moses, how dare you? I'm like, well, the fact that the reality is we don't have to stay in America. And that's even for us to know. Men have to choose. We have to choose. We cannot sit here and wait for them to get better if they don't understand it. And I'm not going to sit here and wait for somebody to know the truth. That's just reality.
CEO, how has the culture of unsubmissive women changed our family dynamic?
Has resulted in a broken family, undisciplined children, absent fathers, basically destroyed it.
Yep. Succinct. Israel.
Man, CEO always take my answers. Let me find a different way to say the same thing. Basically, yeah. So it's led to a culture of degeneracy. It's led to the fall of the Black community, or the community, as some people put it. And it's really broken apart. It's really broken apart the family and the family structure.
Mm-hmm. Wife school. Let's get the women's perspective on this.
It's very unfortunate. You know, I read the Bible, right? I'm a Christian, and whenever, you know, an enemy type wanted to subdue, you know, bring something down, right? They always attack the woman. And that's how I feel about the Black community. There's just been a barrage of giving us too much, you know what I'm saying? Too much of a good thing that we don't even know when to stop. You know, we've overindulged in entitlement, we've overindulged in empowerment at the detriment that our family and our community have suffered. Our men have suffered. We have become so individualistic that we can't even see them. We can't even see their feelings. We are taking them away from their children. We're perpetuating ideas, indoctrinating our children with our BS, and then we're raising daughters that are continuing these habits of being unsubmissive. So it's just been a whole Rubik's cube of just trouble. And they got the women good. They got the women good. And I just hope that we can listen in enough time to save the little bit that we can.
And I want to just, I think, amend something you said, where you said they always attack the woman. Men get attacked. You know, that's how you have to. Women get manipulated. That's what I believe.
I go back. I said we've been. I'm in that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because men are extremely logical. You know, they're gonna be like, "You're not gonna manipulate me." We usually see the way, you know, we know the BS other men are gonna come with because we're men, but they'll woo the women, right? It's like snake charming the women, and that's where I think the attack part comes in for the women.
And the women are the women are our greatest Achilles heel and our greatest weakness. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they're able to, you know, infiltrate our community.
Yep. All right, Dre, what you got on it?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I'm going to say that hasn't already been said. But you know, I think it's had a profound implication on men in general and submissive women, because I'm sure it's probably arguable. Some will debate with me that men are society's creating more simps, more feminine men, because the women are becoming more masculine. So some men especially men of low value, are having to adopt this kind of almost submissive role to be able to get with the woman. And that's creating a very interesting dynamic in the world we live in today. I mean, in addition to the fact that the nuclear family is currently non-existent, most men, given the choice, want to have a meaningful relationship with the woman, right? I think we can all agree with that. Most guys do want to find a decent woman who would respect them and can be in a healthy kind of union with them. Problem is we're picking from a rather poor pool of unsubmissive women, which is almost synonymous with independent women. So the evidence is there for everyone to see that it's causing a structural breakdown in the society that we knew from years ago.
Nice. Mr. Rich, welcome. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think one of the worst things that a non-submissive woman or the modern woman does to a man is call the police on him.
Thanks.
I think that's one of the worst things a woman could do on a man, especially when it's complete bullshit. Because every encounter with the police in that kind of circumstance, with especially a black man, is a dangerous situation. You know, so that's one of the worst things they could do. I would imagine turning their sons and daughters against the father is another one, but I think calling the police is the top of the list.
All right. Mr. Black Sheep. Mr. White Man, I'm sorry. What say you on this?
Thank you for getting that right. I would say the most how has the culture of unsubmissive women changed the family dynamic? I would say, fuck, I don't know. I'm not in the black community. I would say,
man, enough with your terrorism. Enough with the terrorism.
For real.
Anna.
Hi. This really got me thinking of what went wrong. I grew up in Gary, Indiana, and that is very, very crappy. That's before I got taken away from foster care. Oh, I got taken away at 13. And I want to say back in 2005, when I was 5 years old, I do want to take account, and I know this could be contradicting to my lifestyle of freedom, but growing up, I believe the reason why we have so much freedom today is because people as a group don't shame. I remember when my brother went to the store with us, and he tried to steal something, just put a little, so like a snack cookie or something like that. It was one of those rice cakes. Those were really popular back in the day. Those crispy rice treats. Yeah. He tried to put that in his pocket, and he dang near got disowned from the whole entire family. It was looked at as an embarrassment. My cousin got on him. My auntie got on him. My dad whooped him. It didn't even stop there. My sisters got on him, and he was just so embarrassed he didn't leave his room for the whole entire day. I remember in 2005 when I was a little girl, everybody, even in the summertime, when nobody wore skirts or shorts, everybody wore like these high-rise jeans in the summertime. Everybody wore these low-rise jeans in the summertime. It was shocked to see someone with a belly shirt on. It was very shocking. And I remember as a little girl, you call someone an HOE, those were like fighting words. Or you say that someone was gay. I remember I got called gay when I was 11 years old, and I cried because I'm like, oh my God, I got called that. And oh my God, I am not an HOE. Do not call me that. And that was like fighting words because it was like shameful to be that. And now in these day and age, I think people are proud to be it because it's like it's not shamed no more. So I think shaming could have been a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. I don't know. But I do know that the culture dynamic, people carried themselves. I remember also when I was 11 years old, back in 2011. No, it was back in 2009. I wore some leggings, and this is when leggings wasn't even a thing. Everybody still wore jeans. I wore leggings to school. I got sent home by a teacher because they said I had on inappropriate, and this was in an all-black school. they said it was inappropriate. And it was on Pictures Day, and I had on some leggings. They were just regular long johns, and I wore them as pants. And they sent me home because they said I was underdressed. Like, I just got on, they're like, your child just got on some long johns. She doesn't have a skirt over it. She just got long johns and everything is jiggling. She needs to go home. So, and that was back in 2009 when I was 9 years old. I do see a big shift where I can wear leggings now. I can wear long johns now, but I just remember the time where, you know, I got sent home for it, or, you know, I notice when people steal now, or when people do stuff now, families don't even shame, like, where you come from. It's not even being shamed. You know what I mean? You just live your everyday life. But, you know, I remember, typically when people do something, you can go back out in public and everybody won't even recognize you, but your family will still recognize you, and you still got to answer to your family. So, like, yeah, I just noticed a lot of things change, and I think the reason why it changed because, shaming was not, even when you think of Corinne Steffens, everybody on that Tyra Banks show, I look back at that show and it's like everybody is so shocked that Corinne Steffens, I was confused in today's age because it's like, it's so normal what Corinne Steffens is doing, but back in the day, in the 1990s, by her coming out, people didn't do that. So it's like, where did this come from? You know, people are proud to be what Corinne Steffens is now. But like back in the day, you look at the show, everybody was like, oh, I cannot believe she said that. Like, it was like shame. I think people shamed Corinne Steffens. She still stood on, what she believed in. But, I just look back at it and I'm like, I think shaming, maybe, I don't know. I think the shaming did stop. People stopped caring, and it allowed more people to develop. Like someone watching me would be like, oh, well, you know what, no one's stopping her, so I think I could do it too. You know what I mean? It makes other people be like, I want to do it too, and I want to do it too, and I want to do it too.
I see what you're saying. Enter Black Dragon. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, panel.
What's going on? So, got a question for you. How has the culture of unsubmissive women changed our family dynamic?
It has produced chaos, destruction. It has removed discipline. It has removed direction. It has removed the unity that we once had as a Black community back in the 1970s and before. It has produced loneliness, single motherhood. It has produced children, boys who have been overly feminized. It has produced mass confusion as far as identity goes. It has caused a lot more chaos than we can ever fully give it credit for, because this damage is now intergenerational. It's if we're going to compare it to anything, that's because this isn't an attack that's outside. This seems to be an attack internally. This seems to be an internal rot to a community that needs to be one of the strongest communities to ever come out of Africa. So, I mean, us being the first people, coming out, to have this kind of disunity, like, speaks a lot to the conditions that we're in and that we were forced to reckon with. I mean, there's a longer conversation of how we got here, but now that we're here, what are we going to do? And I think in these spaces, it's kind of like a foundation, like we were talking about last night, about how we move forward together in a single direction that we can all get behind.
My man. All right. Hello, Bethany. How are you? Got some more? Oh, we got a lady packed panel today, huh? We must be doing something right. How you doing? All right. Question for you. Oh, go ahead. Speak your mind. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. You can.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me a question.
Oh, no worries. No worries. How has the culture of unsubmissive women changed our family dynamic?
Well, I will agree with what the majority of people have said. It has caused chaos. It has caused a devaluing of marriage and the family unit. It has really caused for our future generations to live in chaos. And it's going to the amount of years it took to get to this point, it's probably gonna take twice as long to undo everything. And the programs that we watch and media has screwed us. And now that we have people being more outspoken about the chaos and confusion, but who's listening? We can only pray that everyone is not turning a deaf ear to what we're saying. But it actually, everything has to be undone with the family dynamic and kind of reevaluated and put more traditional values back in the home. But if people aren't getting married and all these children are being born outside of wedlock, then the confusion is just a vicious cycle. And we're just on a hamster wheel as a community.
Indeed. Indeed. Thank you for that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. But
and as a wife,
okay.
I just want to add a point. I love this show. Thank you for having this show. I'm a wife of one and mom of two. And I would consider myself a submissive wife. My husband would consider me a submissive wife. And I think people confuse submission with control. And I don't think my husband has this control over me.
Every time I see them on the television.
Oh, let me
say that again.
I'm sorry. No, that was Mr. Ridge. I think it's this background noise. Go ahead.
Oh, I think people misconstrue submission as this man has control over you, but I think it's a covering.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I'm able to submit to my husband lets him know I trust him 100%, but also within our marriage, it allows us to communicate better. We don't have conflict within our marriage. Who's going to do the dishes? Who's picking the kids up? Who's doing this? As a wife, a lot of those household duties fall under me, but he goes and makes the money and he provides and he protects. But with me handling the children, guess what? The fact that he knows, hey, my wife is handling the home, I'm making it a home. He doesn't have an issue with, babe, I'll load the dishwasher tonight. You know, thanks for cooking dinner. Go handle the boys. I'll tidy up. That doesn't make him less of a man. That makes him a great husband who actually appreciates what I bring to the table. And so it's not a tit for tat thing. But on these platforms and just in society, we aren't showing healthy marriages. We're not showing healthy relationships and what that dynamic looks like on an everyday basis.
Can I pick up on her? I said, can I pick up on the submission thing? I'm dabbling in the YouTube. I did a piece on submission myself. This is Rich. And one of the things I used to tell I told some of the content creators with all of the different topics they put on YouTube, you could dedicate one whole, session to just talking about what submission really means. And what you just said is exactly where I'm coming from. It's so misconstrued, and it kind of allows it. We kind of allow it to keep going through the manosphere and without putting a definition to it. Mm-hmm. Because I don't see submission as slavery, but people want to call it that. But what it really is not, and not only that, but a husband submits to his wife also by giving her his 4 P's. And I get that from the Crimson Cure. Your provision, your protection, your procreation, and your problem solving. That's the way you submit to your wife. You give her the order that she needs to move through life and retain her femininity.
Yes.
So when I look at submission from a woman's standpoint, give me what I want really is, your loyalty, your exclusivity, your nurturing to my children and to the household, your caring, and you can put a whole list of good things, qualities there as part of a woman's submission to you, not because she has to, it's because she wants to. Once you get that through your mind, not you, but once a woman and a man gets that kind of relationship together, your marriage just like kind of runs on steroids. And the other thing I try to, and I'm going to shut up after this, one of the things I can't stand is when I hear people say how hard marriage is. That's complete bullshit. If you have a good marriage, it's not hard. It's something that you choose to do. You take some vows, and you mean the vows, and then once you have children, your marriage kind of elevates to the fact that you have commitments and obligations until those kids can fend for themselves. And I'm not saying if there's extreme circumstances and you can't be together, they should be extreme. They shouldn't be like Tia Mowry talking about, I want to graduate because I'm not happy. That's just bullshit.
Right.
So anyway, that's my diatribe. That was a good point, sister, that you brought up.
So I think, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Bethany.
No, go ahead. I also think submission gives you freedom. As a woman, there is some freedom with me being submissive, to my husband. Guess what? I'm free to not work. I'm a stay-at-home wife and mother. Why? Because my husband decided I'm providing for you. I see the value of you being at home, taking care of our 2 sons and managing the household. Guess what that means for him? He comes home to a peaceful household, hot food, clean clothes, not wild up kids. And so that allows him to go and slay the dragon of the world. And knowing, hey, my home is taken care of. That's one less thing I, as a man, have to worry about.
Can I ask you a
To me,
question?
freedom is working. As a woman, I like working.
Well, let me ask you a question, Bethany.
23
before that. One real quick question. How do you sleep at night?
I sleep good. I sleep very well.
Yeah, because my wife,
when
she puts her head on the pillow and she's out within a minute. She's just out. I said, you can't, because there's no way I can sleep like that. I mean, it's not like that. My life is hard, but I just envy the way she can go to sleep. She puts her head down and she's out cold. So that's I take credit for that, by the way. So
yeah. So, Mr. Rich, I was like, I think you might have pissed all the pastors off in the chat with the phrase "men submit to their women" also, because that's not the way.
Your pastors could get pissed off all they want. They got enough that they got to atone for themselves.
Oh, damn! He came for
Whoa!
He came for the, but it's more the man submits to God and does for his wife as the Lord states.
Yeah,
but
I understand.
I
mean, if you want to be secular about it, I'm talking. I usually come from the non-secular, secular. I don't know. I keep getting them mixed up. But
I was going to say the only reason I wanted to get into that was because I think the issue today is that women think men actually should submit to them in some kind of way, shape, or form. And if you give women that kind of rope, they will hang basically themselves.
That's why I define what it is.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Those
sir.
I don't think. I'm sorry. I don't think women. I don't think women understand how men do submit. Everything. I mean, I always say I say we built the world, but who the hell do you think we built it for?
Exactly.
Like every step, every accomplishment we've ever made was to try and get the girl. Whether it be, and I'm not saying everything, but I'm saying most things, right? I mean, even when we're overlooked, and even if we're the guy who don't have the car, so the girls are going for guys who have cars. So what do we want? What do we work towards? We work towards having a car, whether it be an education, a high-paying job, whether it be a house. I mean, all for women. I mean, we submit in all sorts of ways. We just don't call it that.
And Mr. Rich, what was that 4th P? I heard provision, protection, procreation, and what was the 4th P?
Problem solving.
Oh, problem solving. Absolutely.
I was racking my brain like, I hope it. Never mind. I hope the T community didn't get a hold of this and put the whole
We don't
wrong
mind the
P
other
in
P. We don't mind the other P.
I'm just saying, it would have been backwards.
I'm sorry. I do have to get ready to go to work. I start my shift at 2, so I'm about to hop in the shower. It is 12:52.
Is that what we call it?
My money on time tonight, okay?
Well, all right. Have a
my
good
money
evening.
on time.
All right.
It's been
That's
a
Anna
pleasure
leaving
speaking
us?
with all of y'all.
That's good.
Is that Anna leaving us? I can't see the chat. Is that Anna
Yes,
leaving
I
us?
have fun.
Have
Yes,
a good
I
evening.
like speaking to all of y'all. You guys are great and nice knowing you guys.
All right, Anna love.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Bring my man Ruckus up. All right. So what was the question? Let me answer real quick. How has the culture of unsubmissive women change their family dynamic. This is why I'm gonna start going first. Y'all take all the good answers, but the simplest one for me is that men don't want their women anymore. Do you understand how hard it is for a culture or an ethnic group of men to not prefer their women? Yes, 86% or so of black men still marry black women, but remember, those are the men who actually get married. So traditional men, religious men, and broke men are really the only men that get married. Every other man is out here wandering aimlessly, waiting, you know what I mean, just doing what he's doing. And a larger majority of those men, I'm telling you, are creating racially ambiguous children, dating outside the race, etc. Because they have to. They don't want their women anymore. And that is completely not the way things are supposed to go. You got to understand how hard it is to go outside of your race, because the woman inside of your ethnic group understands you better. There are cultural norms. You ain't getting fried chicken. Well, no, I'm sorry. I think Latin fried chicken is actually better. I'm sorry. They just use more spices, but you ain't getting things cooked for you in the same way. You basically have to assimilate to another diet sometimes if that woman cooks. You have to make major life concessions just to be with someone else. So it's not even, it's almost like it's not even natural for you to get with another type of woman. And that is something that is lost due to unsubmissive women. If your men have just like washed their hands with you, that is extremely hard thing to accomplish. So that's something that's lost, you know, in the family dynamic, because if we really want to be real about it, in 50 years, the black community, if we keep on this road, is going to be non-existent. The only dark-skinned people are going to be Africans. The rest of us are going to be dead. Our children, the children that these men are creating, because men are not getting married, are going to be racially ambiguous. They're going to be half Asian. Oh my goodness. Let me just say this. I had gone to the mall to buy my son some sneakers like 2 days ago. When I was young, Middle Eastern girls weren't allowed to mess with black dudes. Even they messing with black dudes now.
Mm-hmm.
I think like three Indian girls with black dudes. I was like, yo, y'all going against y'all daddies now to mess with black. That's crazy to me.
That's a term for it. It's called blending. That's like that new term that I use for those couples. Blending.
Yo, when I was young, they dads would crack.
Hey, Mississippi Marcella.
Yo,
Mississippi Masala. Mississippi Masala.
Oh, for Denzel Washington?
Yeah.
Yes. That was years and years ago. That was a taboo movie.
Taboo. Yeah, it was the first one to show like an Indian like girl hooking up with a black dude. Yep.
Exactly.
Yo,
that's my mom's favorite movie.
Do you know how much I was in love with one of these? Because they like ultra elegant, ultra feminine, ultra dainty.
Very feminine.
Yeah. So I've always been in love with that type of girl. So one of the first girls I had a crush on was India. And boy, let me tell you, she would just be like, oh, like kindly tell me I could never date you. My dad might off my head. Like it's off with my head if I bring you home. I was like, damn, that's messed up. But now they even going against daddy to date black men. So, you know, in 50 years, these kids claim to be black, gonna have a different grade of hair and everything. So that's what I feel like we've lost in this culture of unsubmissive.
That's a funny topic you're on right now, Mike, because I have a real controversial take on that.
Hey, one more.
In fact, I'm trying to be a little toxic. I want to hear it a little bit.
Listen, I think that since the proximity breeds that all that cross stuff, right? The fact that the world is getting smaller and you could touch a person across the world easier than you ever have. Yeah. I think the intermixing of races is evolutionary and unpreventable without external things happening to prevent it. You know, because just pure love power is changing everything we believe. Right. And that's why our situation in America is becoming more of a class problem than a race one. You know, and I mean, you just have to think about it a little bit. I mean, at first you had very little interfaith marriages because Italians didn't like Irish people, or, you know, Jews didn't marry. So that you got rid of that. And then, you know, ethnic marriages started to pick up. The racial marriages started to pick up. And shoot, Chinese women, they want white men. The Asian women want white men big time. And so, but the world, all of that is not because people are forcing it. It's pure love power. You can't legislate it. You can't do anything against it. You put men and women together, and they're going to do their thing. I don't care what their backgrounds are. I mean, what's that country? Is it not New Zealand? It's just a country just recently is trying to pass a law to make premarital sex.
Indonesia, Bali.
Yes, right.
Bali.
Do you know how absurd that really is? I mean, I can't even begin to believe what kind of unintended consequences is going to come of something so stupid.
But that's not stupid, though.
Wait.
That's not stupid. Wait. That's not stupid because actually, in America, on the books, marital sex was against and see what a lot of countries are trying to do is go back to a way of life that is at least put some type of restriction on people. When you have all these ways of life that there's no type of restriction on the people at all, and it's a freaking free for all, then you have all these type of problems and type of issues that come along.
People's sexuality that way.
Well,
men and women, not men. I'm talking about men and women. Let me tell you, the reason why men and women don't mate based on seasonal pressures is because that's a divine thing. Because if we did, we'll probably not made ourselves into extinction. That's
the divine thing is for marriage, though. It's for the marriage.
I was gonna say, Mr. What they're trying to do. So this, I believe the legislation actually works. You're talking about the pure natural nature of man and woman. So yeah. I believe in what you're saying on that front, because that's the people who want to do it right and or will take the proper steps to do it correctly after the fact. So even when we had these laws in place, like people keep saying shotgun weddings, like it's a bad thing. Shotgun weddings save most of y'all life. The reason you got a family to begin with that even stayed together, and the reason you got a mama with some sense or a daddy with some sense is because daddy said, well, you got her pregnant. I hope you were ready to get married. Shotgun wedding saved the community, right? So you put together those principles, those things people don't understand. They are enforced by back channels like legislating or outlawing premarital sex. In Virginia, where I'm from, just a few years ago, they finally took it out as a law that premarital sex wasn't illegal. It was still in there, that you could be charged with it if you got another charge that having sex in your own home, unmarried, was against the law. So it's been in the laws, and I believe that what they're trying to do, this is what they're really trying to do, especially in places like America. This is why this needs to be done. If you don't outlaw it that way and make it that drastic, you will then pay the entitlements later. Because if you can't control the type of kids coming out, if you have statistics that say 80% of the people in jail come from single mother-led homes, you have to make drastic measures to stop.
I hear all of that. It sounds logical and all that kind of stuff. You can't legislate human nature. You just can't do it. It's that the consequences of doing those things are worse than what's going on now, because people are doing the stupid stuff by choice. So you try to put a law in place. I mean, just think about it. You're going to have sex with a girl you like outside of marriage, and the police come and arrest you and her and put you in jail for having sex. Can you imagine how crazy that is? Just think about it.
This is the part I forgot. Because like I said, you're right. That's a part of the reason why we have women getting pregnant. It's not the whole reason. When you outlaw things and take away the entitlements, and you tell women that if you tell women basically, we are not giving you emergency Medicaid for having a baby out of wedlock, you must be married in order to keep custody. If you start doing stuff like that, you're going to take away the women. You're going to take away the women who are just having a baby to have somebody take care of them later. Just having a baby to keep them in. You're going to take out those people. That's who I want to take out.
Yeah, so let's talk about that kind of legislation. For example, right now, when a woman gets pregnant,
I want to say one thing. Sorry, you guys were talking about interracial dating. I did not know you guys were going to hop on this topic.
Hold on for a second, Anna. So let's talk about legislation that makes sense. For example, once a man releases his seed in a woman, his choices are gone. for up to 18 to 21 years if she keeps that kid, right? If he doesn't want that kid, right, or that baby, or if a woman doesn't want it, she can abort it. And she does want it, she can keep it, but he has to pay even though he doesn't want it. Take that away. He should have the choice to say, listen, I just met this chick. I don't want to be tied to her for 21 years, so I don't want to have any responsibility for the kid. Take that. You make that into a law.
I'm with that. I'm 100%.
You know, so there's a whole bunch of things you could do, but you can't, you know, you can. But I think the worst thing you could do is try to put some governors on people acting naturally. Right?
Yeah.
That's it.
No,
And you know, that's what I'm saying. You
Can I
just
say
can't
something
really
about the last topic before I want to
Hold on,
really?
we got to get Ruckus in here.
That was a fast shower there.
No. I didn't hop in yet because I was listening to you guys on Bluetooth. I didn't think you guys were going to talk on the last topic before. I want to speak on that.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I got to get to the new panelists. Ruckus, you there?
Hey, what's going on, Sugar Mike?
What's going on? I actually got a new question for you. If you could get rid of 3 characteristics of modern women, what would they be?
3 characteristics of modern women.
Yep.
Being overweight. Not being hospitable. And not being hospitable, being overweight, and not being nurturing.
Damn. I think you just told them they weren't women at all. God damn.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, that's
before
that's
you
the-
go on a
that's the
loophole, because I'm about to get in the shower. Can I just say one thing on the before you go through the loophole of stuff?
Go ahead, terrorize us.
Okay, so as far as the interracial dating, I 100%. I think people need to get used to it. It is the new norm. And I don't think what people are not taking into consideration when you say Indian women are with black men now, I don't know if you, and I have a video that's now going viral a little bit. There's a whole lot of black women dating outside the race too. If you go to downtown Chicago, there's classy, thin, dark-skinned women dating white guys. I think people need to get used to it. It is the new norm. And I think it's a theory that I have. The reason why black families are not working out, I think anything pro-black is racist. I think it's highly racist to be pro-black. I think the reason why the dynamics is not working out between black women and black men is because of the fact that interracial dating is basically sending us a message that love has no color. So date out. Because if you see a black guy, when they date white women, they're way more happier.
Love has
They're
no
more
kids,
happier.
and I can date a black man.
They're more happier when they date outside the race. And black women even wear their natural hair when they date white guys. Like I've used something you don't see. So it's basically a message telling us to date interracial. It's unhealthy.
Pro-black
it's
means
unhealthy.
that you're just for black people. It doesn't mean that you're against anybody. So that in itself is not racist. To be pro-black
I think
is not
interracial is for a
racist.
reason. Interracial dating.
Anna, do you understand that you're calling all ethnic groups everywhere, everyone's racist? That's what you just said. Because if a pro-black person is racist, then a pro-Jew is racist, then a pro-Asian is racist, then because they all prefer their own people.
Right.
Well, I think interracial is for a reason. I think because I come from a mixed background. My mom's side is Hispanic, dad's side is black. I come from that. A lot of mixed people don't mind. So my perspective might be different based on someone else who come from a straight up, both of their side of the families is one race. I'm sorry, but I think interracial dating is for a reason. We need interracial dating. I see both sides are happy. I root for happiness, and I don't think black couples are happy together. I just don't think it. But when a black guy or a black woman date out, it's things that you see that you've never really seen with black couples. Black men are
Happiness is
smiling
so
more.
deceptive too.
They're more.
Mike, I wanted to finish my thought on what we're talking about too.
Yes. Okay. You got it, Anna. Go take your shower.
Okay. Bye.
Yep. Later.
Golly. Terrorist.
Poppy Incel, go ahead, Cam, up real quick so I know it's you.
Can I just say, Mike, I bow down to your patience with this lady. Respect.
I don't even know where I get it, bro.
I need to get paid for this.
Maybe it's entertainment value, but all right, go ahead, Ruckus. Oh, did he drop down?
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh no, he right here. Damn, my
Yeah.
bad.
Oh, there you go. I was like,
I
hey,
was
what's
like,
going
yo,
on?
where you? I think I meant to drop honor. I double clicked. My bad.
Oh man. No, so yeah, so like I was saying, just even dealing with what's going on with having a lot of unsubmissive women in our culture nowadays. I think on the positive side was that that's causing men to be more selective with who they deal with. I think we're gonna have a younger generation eventually where they're gonna become more aware of the consequences of dealing with certain types of women. I think what's going to end up happening, they're going to start having their own categories, meaning is either recreational use or wifey material. And the requirements are still going to stay the same. But the thing is that the women are going to think that basic life skills are now hard work when there was never hard work to begin with. You just made it hard for yourself because you never submitted to who you truly are as a woman. So men are always going to have the same requirements for women, meaning being, submissive, hospitable, friendly, bringing peace to the home, nurturing, and so forth. Knowing the basic things to do in a home, cook, clean, the whole nine. These are just basic life skills that I think a lot of women now they want to be celebrated for. It's like, no, you're an adult. You don't get a participation trophy for being an actual adult. These are just basic life skills that you should have learned at the age of 11. So I think that's what's going to tend to happen. So that's the positive side. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on that.
Bet. Hold on. Let me let him get the terrorism out so he can, so I can get Poppy Incel. What do you want to say, my man?
I don't have anything to say.
All right, I'm gonna leave you in the back. I'll bring you back up. All right, my man, what's going on? I9 King Colin, what's up? What's up? All right, I want to ask you the question. If you could get rid of three. I9 King Colin, what's up? What's up?
I'm very well, brother. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Let me see who I can mute. I gotta. If you could get rid of three characteristics of modern women, what would they be?
It's a great question. First, I would say the lack of accountability that they have. The second thing I would get rid of is the need to be right. And the third thing I would get rid of is wigs.
Is this Dusto? Is this Dusto or what? Is this Dusto?
Wigs.
Damn. You know what? There's a word for that. But damn, so let me say something on the wig front, man. Let me say something on the wig front. Because whenever we talk about this, and hair is such a sensitive topic for Black women, we get that. But let me tell you something I've noticed, and I don't know if y'all noticed. I'm from VA, man. So I went to school, I went to college with a lot of girls from like DC and Philly, more like the pro-Black people that were doing natural hair before it became a thing. And I'm telling you, I knew some men, and even me myself, you didn't see Black women around my area without braids, without weave. There are women I've known my whole life. I don't even know what their actual hair looks like. Then I got to college and I seen these ladies just rocking it, styling it the ways I've never seen. And the funny thing is, a lot of women use the excuse, well, Black men don't like natural hair. Let me tell you something. When Black men see you wearing your hair with confidence, we learn to like it. We love it because you love it. You don't love your hair. Well, how the hell you expect us to feel? We can't respect you more than you respect yourself. So when you show that confidence, when you're sitting there, the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life is when some Black girls do this with their hair. Like their hair actually do that shit. Your hair don't do that. But when I see, when I used to be in class, like the girls I'm talking about in college, and they would be twisting their hair out and just letting it go back, teasing it out, then letting it go back. That's the shit that's sexy that Black girls do. So when I see a Black girl, or when I've seen a Black girl in the past in her natural element, loving on her own hair, it made me love it too. See what I'm saying? So that's what I got on the wig thing, man. You're right. Get rid of that. Start loving you. Go ahead, Cali Bear. Show them. Show them. Well, your hair do that, but you know what I mean. If it wasn't locked up, you couldn't.
I'm just trolling. I know.
Oh Lord.
If it wasn't locked up, it wouldn't do that. Talk about something. Your hair don't do that.
Man.
All right.
So yeah,
Moses,
those are my three.
appreciate that. If you could get rid of 3 characteristics of modern women.
Okay, 3 characteristics. I would say the first one would be, man, is I would say just being hard. Like there's so many hard women that just don't know that your natural instincts to be soft. I don't care where you're at, the grocery store, the movies, going to the DMV, be soft. I mean, man, you know how much attention you can get? Just like, go to the bars and clubs, you get in for free, just being a woman. But being soft can get you so much more, especially a better man. And number 2 would be they gotta stop being so what's the other one? Stop putting your education first.
Is that me or you blink out? All right, we'll get him back when he comes back up. All right, Israel, what you got? Your 3.
Yo, the 3 things that.
My bad. He back.
Whoa,
Moses.
it sound crazy.
Yeah, my phone got a call.
Yeah.
It just got a call to.
Okay.
Okay. Number 2 is Number 2, I would say stop being so stop thinking knowledge is education. I know some smart, dumb people. Like you're educated, but you're dumb. Like how does that even help you be a better person? I know. Look, I know college is important, but don't get me wrong. I'm not a college degree holder. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I made more money than most of my peers, not even in a 4-year degree holder. And because I use my mind to understand what to invest in and also step in the zones that many don't want to take a risk in because they're focused on the paper that qualifies them more than taking a risk and understand different people and getting mentors, investing in risk. Those are the things what makes you more successful. You're taking a risk. And shout out to my blue collar guys. I'm a blue collar guy myself, and I'm going into white collar, but I'm still blue collar because that's where it works. So I wish women would stop using education as a form of being acceptable. Education does not make you more acceptable. And last but not least, I would say, stop being entitled. That's very entitled, and it's from America because I think we have the most entitlement out of all the countries because we're influencing a lot of ladies here with the most saying we deserve this and that. No, you're competing for a man every day to be a better woman. If you want to be a wife, be the best woman you can be to show that you are qualified to be the one that should deserve to get picked. They're not going to tell y'all that, but the thing is, women got to compete to be the better quality woman to be wife. Everybody's not going to get married. That's the reality. And if you want to be the best, you got to be competitive. You got to compete and stop being so against you trying to be just a regular person. Be the best version of yourself and stand out.
Indeed. You took mine, by the way. I got to change it. Entitlement was definitely mine.
Yeah.
All right, Israel.
Everybody gave some pretty good commentary. So for me, the top thing would be for women to not be so promiscuous. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times women are way too promiscuous nowadays, spreading themselves around way too thin. The second thing, of course, would be to stop being so combative and so argumentative and so disagreeable. You know what I mean? The third thing would be for women to be softer, like just be, to not, like someone else said, not be so hard, to be softer. They would, to really be soft, to really enjoy being soft, to really enjoy being feminine, so not be so. I don't think a woman could be masculine per se. I just think that women are hardened nowadays. So I would say for women to be softer.
Bet. Wife school. I'm dying to get the woman other than Anna's perspective on this.
Well, Mr. Colin, I do wear wigs. I am so sorry to disappoint you, my love. He said, but I believe that the modern woman should. Now, what was it? What they should be?
If you could get rid of 3 characteristics of the modern woman.
Okay.
I gotta go, Mike. I'll catch you next time.
All right, bro.
The masculine energy, like embodying too much of that, like they were saying, being too hard. I went to work out with one of my best friends, and like we just walking in the door, I'm just like, oh, we're getting ready to go work out, and she just like stone cold face, and the dude was like, why don't you smile, beautiful? And she's like, and I'm like, looking at her, I'm like, "Ooh, this is so embarrassing." Embarrassing because I'm not like that. And I'm like, girl, you know, you gotta do listen, I'm just here to do this. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'm not coming here with you no more. But the hardness, the masculine energy, overvaluing ourselves, just accept where you are. I know we want to be, Beyonce, but we're not Beyonce. Most of us are just like average people. I'm an average girl up here, just being the best that I can, getting advice from men to be better. You know what I'm saying? Accept where you are. Yeah. And in that sense, because they start degrading other people that are just the same as them, but they just overvalue themselves. And I wish that more women would take accountability and stop not taking accountability. I want them to get rid of like just not taking accountability, and that everybody should accept them for what they are, what they bring, and people don't need to tolerate that or get rid of their standards just to welcome your BS.
Nice. I think we've heard accountability a few times and soft. So I think people think women hard as hell out here. Dre.
Yeah, I think most people have said some very good or made some very good points, and I don't really want to repeat what others have said. But the other one thing that springs to mind is to take away their ability to monetize their sexuality or leverage their sexuality against a man. So I think that'll get rid of OnlyFans, Pornhub, and all these rubbish websites. And since we can't get rid of the Sims, I think let's try it the other way. Get rid of a woman's ability to, leverage her punani against a man.
I'm with it. Can't you? So the weird part about what you're saying is this is why I don't like some of the simps talking points is men, discipline for men. What are we doing for men? There has never been any this is the funny part about it. I was thinking about this earlier. I thought about this last night. I think I'm able to articulate it today. You do not change male behavior with reiterating a problem to them. You change male behavior by modeling the result for them. You cannot talk to men. You model the result for men. We can change women's behavior. Either you're a problem, you're a problem, you're a problem, you're a problem, because that gets women's attention. Y'all don't like being talked about. You will all be triggered. If I want to show a man that he should eat something, like a dog, if you tell a dog to stop doing something, it's just gonna look up at you and it's not gonna and be like, you know what, let me eat in front of the dog. Eventually he's gonna realize he's hungry too. And the only way he could get some food is to do what I say or behave like me. That's how you get men to fall in line. Restrict their access to whatever it is makes them the way they are, and then bring them over to you and let them tuck their tail between their legs and say, how do I get where you are? That's it. You got to restrict access. None of that happens until you put limitations on women. Because there's no way I'm about to be out here telling 1,000 men what to do and not say anything to the women. Never has that worked in history. Women literally got to be in check. They got to fall in line for the men to be able to focus on doing anything. All right. So,
you know what's crazy, Trigger Mike, is that I've noticed two things with modern women and good women, right? Good women, they would actually by their actions, right? You see a good woman treating how she treats her man, how she cooks for him, takes care of him so he can go out there into the world and produce something better for their legacy, for society in general as a whole, just to better their family and the whole nine, right? So she understands one thing. She understands that her man is actually better off alive than actually dead. Modern women nowadays believe that men are worth more dead than they are alive. And the thing is that it comes to their own detriment. It really does, because these good women that are married, they're winning in life. You know what I mean? When they ask my wife, "What do you do for work?" She tells people she works for me. You know what I mean? So she has no schedule. She does what she does with the kids. I don't have to say anything. You know what I mean? They're like, but you don't get paid anything. What do you mean she don't get paid anything? She has a net worth of over $500,000 to her name. You know what I mean? She can go out there and buy whatever she wants right now. She has a card and everything, but being a responsible wife that she is, she actually is more of an asset to me than a liability. She actually gets me more money than me actually losing more money. You know what I mean? So when you're in your feminine energy and you bring peace to a home, your man wants to come home to his castle. He's not going to be, out there and making excuses of why he doesn't want to come home. So a good woman, man, I'm telling you, if women, I'm telling you, you would actually be winning if you would actually be in your feminine nature and be soft. Be enjoyable. Like the wife school was just saying, like a
You believe
smile, you
that
don't
these women
understand
believe
what
that?
a beautiful smile does to a man.
It
It's very
does.
welcoming. You know what I mean? Very approachable, very respectable. It brings a certain type of energy, towards from a masculine man, just very welcoming.
So
But if
what we saying is these modern women is hard as hell. Nah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally. I mean, these modern women nowadays, they're losing, and they don't see it. Mind you, they're blinded to it. And I think some of them they're just they've been lied to, so they've been sold a lie. Another one that they just choose that route, and that's totally fine. You can choose whatever you want to choose, but don't come crying when you're 70, 80 years old, saying you have no family and nothing to your name and absolutely trash. And then you should have said, "Oh, I should have done it." Well, it's too late.
Yeah. Let me respond to this lady. So she said, so when men see women doing something, they will follow. No, that's not what I meant. What
no.
I meant is men are responsible for you. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to slice it, we are responsible for you. So if I'm going to get a bunch of men in line, I'm not going to talk to them without talking to the people we are responsible for. Also, another point I want to make, I told you that men are hope dealers and women are addicted to it. Women are addicted to hope. The dudes that are out here selling false hope, the only way I can stop them is to take their buyer away, cut their supply off, because y'all buying this bullshit they selling. So I'm gonna cut their supply off. That's you cut the plug. So you have y'all ever realized y'all all this stuff that we talk, you never have to talk it to purposeful men. You never have to talk it to men that are on their purpose. Everybody like these men ain't shit. You never talking to the trigger mics. You never talking to the Dre's, the APs, the Enter the Black Dragons, the Israel. You're never talking to us. We already here talking about the issue. So when you tell us to do something, this is what we do. The sad part is you never thought you would come talk to us about bad men and we would come for your ass. That's what you didn't realize was that we're gonna be like, oh, you want to do something about them? How about you shut your damn legs and get on back under your daddy's covering? Then I'm gonna go talk to them. You didn't think it was gonna come back on your ass. You wanted to keep your freedom while restricting men's freedom. That's not the way it works. We cutting everybody ass off. You asked for the daddies to show back up. Here we are. You asked for the leaders to show back up. Here we are. I'm gonna put a chastity belt on your ass if it's the last thing I do.
And Trigger Mike, can I just chime in on this,
Do
please?
you really believe these women are going to listen to that? Like, let's be real here. Do you believe that a prideful woman is going to actually help us out?
Remember, King Colin, what I was saying the other day is, the Titanic has already crashed. What we're doing on these panels is we're in those lifeboats looking for survivors. The people who are already dead and sank to the bottom, we're gonna let them die because the lifeboat is coming. We are the lifeboat. It's coming, and those survivors will take on the ship with us to the promised land. Everybody else, we're gonna let die. The Annas, unfortunately, I ain't picking on you, Anna. She said she don't want to be saved. We're not trying to save her no more. So we don't need them to listen. But there are still some daughters in there looking for someone to follow.
Right, they will follow. Right,
here looking for someone to model their behavior, and they're at the crossroads. The people we're trying to get are the people at the crossroads that can go either way. That's what I do.
So I'm next,
you know
right?
what's crazy? I'm sorry, but just one thing. And you know what's crazy is that I listen to these arguments saying that femininity needs to be conditional. Oh, if a man ain't doing this, then a woman. Listen, do you understand? If you go, all right, I'm gonna use my country for example. Dominican Republic. You go there and you see a Latin chick and everything. You get invited to a person's home. They're not checking for, oh, is he this, is that, in order for me to be feminine, in order for me to put a meal in front of your face. She's gonna cook, she's gonna assist you whatever you need help with, whatever. And you know what that does to a man that might not even be there, that might not even have yet reached the standard? It's like, damn, I want a woman like that. But he's going to be aware of something. He's going to be aware that in order to deal with this type of woman, he has to step up his game. So before he even thinks about approaching with this type of woman, he's going to make sure he has his things put together. He makes sure before, because he knows that he's actually dealing with a woman, not just a little girl here. You know what I mean? That's why I love my culture. And that's why I don't blame these passport bros. I mean, doing what they do. Because the thing is that they don't switch on and off their femininity. Their femininity is on 24/7.
No doubt, JC. No doubt.
24/7, bro. I'm telling you, it's a different ball game out here.
That's what I'm saying. It's culture. It's a cultural thing, and that's what the people don't understand. It's a cultural thing. They're not chasing. It's not about box all the time or this or that. It's about they want the whole package. They want a woman that's gonna be softer, feminine, and is whatchamacallit. And everybody say, "Oh, well, you're buying it." La la la. Nah, you get an experience because either way, the truth is, if you're a man, you're gonna spend money on women one way or another. Why not get the most agreeable woman, the most cooperative woman, the most feminine woman?
I like what you said, Ruckus, because I am around Dominicans all the time. Que lo que, baby.
Hey, que lo que, mami.
See, and I like to mingle with people because I like to admire the good traits that they have. And I'm like, man, why don't we do that? And the women, it's just a family-based thing. They don't care. When the Latinos come together, they come and they kissing each other on the cheek. They greet each other. They admire each other. They stick with each other, even though they get on each other's nerve.
Yeah.
Even though they are going to build together. And I see it. I'm like, why are you helping me out? But they making sure they straight. Then everything else we'll deal with the other stuff later. But I love that. CEO sometimes DMP talk about the nationalism. Like, we don't have that. We don't have something that we can hold on to and that keeps that moral standard for our culture. And we've allowed so much to come in and break that down. And it's very unfortunate. But I say, if we don't know what to be like, it's not a bad thing to look at the women that the passport brothers are going to. Hey, that's maybe a good starting place to go. I don't know.
But Trigger Mike, that's where the responsibility of the men comes in. Like, not necessarily just the talking point of the discipline, Trigger Mike, but the point of being disciplined, period, to not deal with women who are not cooperative, to not deal with women who are not submissive, and to not deal with no matter what they look like. You see what I'm saying? If we start shaming and stop dealing with them and accepting it, things get better overall.
I was gonna say twofold. That's a twofold problem, because the one thing that we are gonna realize as men is that we're kind of arrogant if we think we can change the behaviors of other men. If we even think we can reach them in the amount and numbers. So think about it this way: we used to talk to these dudes through the church. Who bringing them to the church now? Where are they at? Are they in church? They left the church. We have no way to reach them. Instagram teaches them more than we can. So that's why it's a funny thing about it is that it's a backwards ass way. No man in history has ever figured out how to reach other men without taking away exactly what they're a glutton for. You'd be like, damn, I didn't want to have to do this, but I understand there's one thing that you obsessed over, one thing that you will fight war over. And I got to go back to it every time. I'm going to restrict your access to that woman. I'm going to cover all these women. I'm going to shame the shit out of them to let them know they got to keep their legs closed. So when women are only giving ass to upstanding men, when women themselves, because it's actually better for them, it's better for the community, because what do they want? They want commitment from the man that's going to marry them. They want to birth children for that man that's going to marry them. So if you tell them you are valuable enough, this is what you deserve, and the only way to get it is to understand the words that I'm saying, that you will close your legs until he makes the commitment. These men, if women only gave ass to men that wanted to be upstanding men, what would all men, or at least more men, want to be?
Yeah, upstanding.
So we've never changed the behavior of men without restricting their access to women. That's why women have to be a part of the conversation.
So let me chime in on that note then, Mike. Because I do agree that we have to, bring back shame. And the way you bring back shame, I guess the most effective will be against women. But I think that's as uphill a battle as telling men to understand about getting some, discipline, right? But what I do tell guys is I talk about those 18 to 21 years that they'll be financially strapped under threat of jail.
Yep.
You know, that's what we need to tell guys, right? If you were with a woman, I got a lot of cousins, they got kids out of wedlock and they're still with the girls. I said, listen, what do you think you're gonna do with that kid, or that if she decides to leave you and somebody else is raising that kid, you know, or you want another woman and she gets bitter against you, you're gonna still be on the hook for child support. I mean, if you like the woman, why don't you build something worthwhile? And here's the reasons why marriage is what you should be doing. I said, because, or before you get somebody pregnant, understand that when you get a woman pregnant, you're on the hook for 18 to 21 years.
18 to life.
Well, I'm talking about financially, right? 18 to 21 years under threat of jail. People really don't understand that under threat of jail is a serious thing. When you're on child support, you're in the system. Your name is in the system just as if you were incarcerated. You know, to me, that's what I think. They're just different sides of the same coin. But here's my three things. One, I was thinking about women should return to being better ambassadors for marriage, especially when you're married. We have issues with women, married women are giving bad advice to the ladies coming after them. I mean, I have a couple of cousins, they're in decent marriages. But they don't hesitate to tell young girls, oh, you don't need to be married. I said, why are you telling them that? Why are you saying that to them? You know, you sit down here and talk about how great your marriage is. You got kids, you got family, you got somebody to go to. You're going to tell a younger woman in her 20s that she doesn't need to be married? What are you talking about?
They don't want to go against the fake sisterhood. So that's something I said, I believe, in the beginning and during the monologue, where I said, women and their ego gets out of control because women won't tell other women to slow down. So it's like a woman won't even check another woman out of fear of going against the sisterhood. I'm going to get attacked. So I'm going to be very lax about the advice I give. Nah, sis, it's your world. You can do as you please. You know marriage is about survival.
It's crazy. So that's one. The other one is to return to being faithful to your men in all ways. I'm not just talking about having affairs. I mean, the statistics are clear, and I believe them, especially now that women are coming out talking they like men peeing on them and all that kind of shit. They're starting to be honest. They're starting to be honest about the fact that they're stepping out on their husbands. Those are greater.
Shout out to P. Diddy.
Right? So those numbers are greater. There's enough studies out there that say women cheat on their men more than the other way around. That's one. And two, I think a form of cheating is also answering DMs, getting unwanted attention, to stroke your ego from other men. Those kind of things, because they open those are gateway drugs, right? So women need to return to being faithful and exclusive. That's why I don't hear enough men who talk about this. One of the things I talk about, my wife, the thing that I love about her is she's exclusive to me. Of course, you say to the best of your knowledge, but I mean, there's little triggers that you know. I've been married for 35 years now. You know, my wife is, you know, I don't know why. First of all, I turned into Shrek, but she still loves me. You know, I don't know how she does it, but she does. Anyway, so I think she's faithful just because of the way she moves towards me and around me. I don't have to really worry about those kind of things. But I think most people who are in good marriages don't. And at least you shouldn't. And the last one is they got to stop being used by other groups, like the LGBTQIans, like the feminists, and you know, the black women are they're like glued to all kinds of bullshit, man. You know, they you know, on the one end, they champion the gays and the lesbians and the transgenders, not to understand that the transgender men who are turning into women, they don't just want see minorities don't just want equality; they want to take over.
Yeah, they want to take their place.
Black people have been guilty of some of that too. All right, we're the first ones because we look past just the only thing America owes you is the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that word pursuit is there for a reason. And so once you get those things, you want to push the envelope.
But this is the thing, but brother, before you get past that, brother Rich, I want to say this: like, yo, it was supposed to be life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, and that's what it really was. They put that lie in there about happiness because happiness is a freaking lie and a farce.
Okay, we could get on that case, but what's in there is what's in there, right? Because I do believe in the pursuit of happiness, but the key word is not happiness; it's the pursuit. That means nobody owes you happiness. You got to do the right things to gain your happiness the way you want to get it. So that's why the word pursuit is in there. So the key word is not happiness. The key word wouldn't be property. The key word wouldn't be nothing. The key word is pursuit. That means you got to work for it. That means you got to deserve it. That means you got to do something to get it. So let's just say what the Constitution says there. So the gays have pushed past that, right? And so now the transgenders have women under attack, and women don't even know it. I mean, we got women that can't even say they want to ban "I Feel Like a Natural Woman" by Aretha Franklin. They're coming about, because what does that natural woman mean? You got men talking about they can menstruate, shit like that. The bad part about it is that Black women in mass support these kind of things. And the reason why that's not good, because in order for feminism to work, in order for transgenders to, I say it wrong, but that's what I call them, transgenders and all these guys to get their way, they need to emasculate men. That's one thing, that's one of the biggest planks that they have. The emasculation, not just Black men, men, period. And you know what? If there's anything I could get pissed off about white men about, it's not racism. It's the fact that they acquiesce to all this bullshit. They could go ahead and blow up a whole country, and they letting the honeys take over and make all this bullshit. I mean, where's the men at?
But hold on. This is the thing, though. So the sister said it earlier, right? Wife School said it earlier. What it is it's a system of checks and balances. It's chess. It's not checkers. So
Right.
the people in power who make the rules, they are not susceptible to the same things that we're susceptible to. You know what I'm saying? So what they do is they trick your women, deceive your women, beguile your woman. She goes along, she falls for all the okie doke, and then you are left to face the consequences of those actions. So it's all a farce. Like it's all but this is the thing that I really hate the word happiness and the pursuit of happiness, because that is pursuing happiness is the reason why we're in this thing right here. That is the biggest thing that they're selling these women, is you can be happy. And they're selling these women this happiness and what happiness looks like, what happiness feels like, and what happiness is. And it's a lie. It's the biggest lie ever told. Happiness is nothingness. You know what I'm saying? Your happiness is a sunny day.
We got to get.
So I definitely disagree on this happiness.
We got to get.
I got you. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, yep. Into Black Dragon, have you gone on this topic yet? On this question?
What was the question again?
If you could get rid of 3 characteristics of modern women.
Yeah, let me do it real quick. It's not gonna take too long. First thing is gonna be the narcissism. This all about what I want, what I need, what I want comes first. Your only function in life is to provide what I want and what I need. And the minute that you get out of hand or raise a complaint, I have the right to either leave or shame you or guilt you or use any kind of sign language to cut you into 1,000 pieces verbally or emotionally. Number one, that's got to go. Number two, the masculinity. They seem to want the respect of a man, but they don't want to do what's required to either earn that respect or get it. They're asking for something that they have no business asking for. They want something that they'll never be able to earn for themselves, but they want you to hand over some kind of power or gesture to see them as equal, even though they want you to treat them accordingly by opening the door and this and that. And then number 3 would be probably dealing with reality. To get rid of the trait, I would say it's delusion. That would fall under delusion. dealing with reality means
Took one of mine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But the delusion is the biggest important one, because if they're looking for some millionaire or even a six-figure man that's going to come in on a white horse and sweep them off their feet without having to endure any type of compromise, they're living in a fantasy world. They're looking for something that they themselves don't have and can't acquire on their own, but want a man to already be built, and not have to work, see a man struggle or struggle with a man to build something that you both can share. So those three things. Told you it was quick.
Bet. Cali Bev. Damn, I've literally everybody at the top took the ones I had. I've changed them around, and now I got one left because he took delusional. If you could get rid of 3 characteristics of modern women, what would they be?
I'd say following trends too hard. I'm not gonna act like we didn't, follow trends in the 80s and the 90s, but not to the point where it took over our whole persona type deal. I would say fakeness, which kind of falls under that same umbrella. I hear a lot about people having fake friends or what they call friends, and they beating their ass in hotel rooms and stuff.
God rest her soul. Damn.
Because that's jacked up. And I would say, dang, I forgot what my third one was. Yeah, I forgot what my third one was. I don't have my pen up here.
No worries. Who went? Ruckus, you went on this one yet?
Yeah, I went on it already. Yeah.
King Colin, you went first, I believe.
I don't think AP went.
AP.
What's good? What's good, Trigger Mike?
What's going on? Good afternoon.
I appreciate it. Not much. Just got home from work. Was listening at work and thought I'd give it a call if you still had your panel open. And I appreciate you bringing me up. But I won't be here long. So I think that's a very unique question. And this is my answer. I'm going to slightly deviate. And my brother stole delusional. But I'm going to slightly deviate from every single answer. The number one thing is being raised by hardened 90s mothers. That's what created the hardened woman, modern woman of today.
No argument here.
The second thing I would change if I could go back in time, because this is the way I view it, is there were several crime bills and a major one on a federal level that helped remove fathers from these homes. I would actually go back and correct that. Like some of those things shouldn't have happened.
Indeed.
And the last one was delusion, which I think is a byproduct of the first two. Delusion of inflated worth, inflated self-worth. Delusion of I can have whatever I want, when I want it, how I want it, because I want it. So, and I think that kind of covers all of the little things that we see from the current modern woman. But those are the three that I would change or correct.
Appreciate that, bro. And those are good. Those are excellent ones, actually. So now that everybody's chopped and screwed everything on Earth and synonymized, like gave the synonyms to all the ones I was going to say, I'll go. I guess I'll go. Somebody already said promiscuous. I think it was Israel. So I'm going to say outwardly sexual. Women need to stop being so outwardly sexual, even if they don't go all the way. And I'm talking about Instagram. I'm talking about TikTok. There is no reason
the gym
I should know what you look like in a thong before I see you smile in real life.
That was my third one. That was my third one.
There is no reason I should know what the imprint of your vagina looks like before I know your character. It is desensitizing. I don't even covet ass the way I used to because I can see so much of it in every shape, in every color.
Yo, that's
It's
the
like a
realest. Yo,
crayon
that's
pop.
That's
bars
real.
right there. That's the realest shit ever. It don't even have
Facts.
the same effect. I don't even
It
care.
doesn't. It
You know
doesn't.
what?
It's true.
You know
That
what
is
it was like,
absolutely true.
bruh. Let me tell you something. Do
It
you know
doesn't
what
at
it was
all.
like, fellas? I got to talk to y'all for a second. The first time you was doing it, or the first time you had a little girlfriend, and she went behind there to snap her bra off. Good God Almighty! Now that's
It's
the feeling
nothing.
men are supposed to get from
Mhm.
seeing exposed flesh of a girl they feel something about. I don't feel a damn thing
No
because of
doubt,
y'all.
man. You're
Men
right.
don't feel a damn
Yeah.
thing anymore.
You go
It's
to the
not
You
even
wonder
gym.
why.
exciting. Yo, remember when you used to see celebrities and you used to be like, oh, she fine. Yo, it ain't
Exactly.
even nothing. It ain't
It's
nothing. It's like,
nothing
oh,
no
this
more.
just another chick.
And how do
I hate
y'all
to
not?
say it, but I used to think about that when there used to be girl on girl action, man. Now I can't even, I don't,
Oh
there's
yeah, I
nothing
was the
now.
same way.
Too
I
much,
can't lie.
ladies.
I was the
It's too
same
much.
way.
And let me say this: how do y'all think that doesn't affect the way you get treated in real life? How are y'all out here asking for respect? I cannot respect you more than you respect yourself. It's impossible. It is impossible. Turn your ass around and show me your smile. Out here showing your ass, and I bet you if I get on, I bet you if I type your name in and put the word nude in after it, you got nudes out there. The worst thing ever.
Hey, a
All right.
question: do you think the adult
Bars.
film industry kind of played a major role more than
No.
as far as exposing sexuality and all that?
No, because
Here's the worst
everybody,
part
you have
about
to
it. Here's
go
the worst-
seek that out.
Enter Black Dragon. Hold on. Let me say this part. The worst part about it is that so remember, I don't think there by percentage. In fact, that's a lie. There's not that much greater percentage of degenerates in the world than there ever has been. It's just that people with this stuff is affecting girls that came from 2-parent households.
But
Girls
let me
that weren't
say this.
never supposed to be acting like this are now choosing that for
Hey,
themselves.
Trigger Mike,
That's
social media is way more detrimental than the adult industry ever was. The reason why is because it's in your face. Like you have to go seek out adult. And back when we came up, you had to go seek out the adult industry, right? You had to go find it, and a lot of times it was in the back, it was covered up. Even to the magazines, whatever. And now with social media and with this, it's plastered everywhere. Like you can't go anywhere. It's like seeing two men being kissing or two women kissing. Like you go on the TV, you turn on TV, it's just like bam, right in your face.
Exactly.
And another level of that is this society is capitalistic. So we're gonna capitalize. Oh, they want to show their best. Let's make a platform for them to make money and capitalize and keep it going. So when you
let me tell
capitalize
you how bad
anything,
this is.
you don't care.
Let me tell you how bad. I don't even follow like Instagram models and stuff like that for real. I'm not like only the ones I know, like personally. I got lawyers, I got female doctors and all this. They are doing this stuff now because I was at work. I've been working at home for like 2 years. You know how you scroll your Instagram on lunch break while you in there eating? They got their ass out to the point where one of my coworkers look over like, what the hell is he looking at? That stuff isn't even safe for work. It's not
Yo,
even
have
safe
you
for to
seen these
scroll.
new yoga videos, bro? Have you seen these yoga videos? That shit is porn, bro.
I'm like, yo,
All you have to do is step into the gym, even into regular Planet Fitness.
Yo, my group of friends is supposed to be respectable, upstanding females that I could pass off to my homeboys. But I can't even say, yeah, don't look at her Instagram, bro. I don't know what the hell she's doing. The girl got a whole doctorate out here, ass cheeks out in the air. I don't even know what to say no more.
Remember that senator that was twerking on the beach or whatever? Remember that?
Bro, exactly. Stop, ladies. Stop being so outwardly sexual. You save something for your husband. Golly.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not gonna front and act like, because we know it's all for male attention or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna front and act like we didn't have our version of it. It was just more modest. It just got progressively worse or whatever like that. So, we used to have our biking shorts, and then we had our cat suits, you know what I'm saying? But had
Callie,
like
this is way
button
worse,
up.
Callie. This is way worse.
I know. Let me finish. We had the cat suits or whatever like that too, but we had like a button down shirt on over it or whatever to cover up your butt. You know what I'm saying? That type stuff. Yeah. And now it's like the most risque that I remember that skirt that Aaliyah wore in that video that had the two splits going up the side or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was about as worse as it got, and even then you put on like some biker shorts or something up under it just in case it flaps up while you dancing at the club or something like that, right? Now it's just like I
They're
don't know. I've never
competing to
been
see
built
who
like
could be the most revealing.
No,
it's
but
like
there's
it falls in line with the social media that you was talking about is because see
is
now it's a whole lot easier. Now you don't necessarily have to walk outside like that. You can just post a picture like that and still get your attention. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Whereas before you would kind of like iffy about it, like I don't know if I kind of want to do that. You know what I mean? But now it's just crazy. You don't have to be extra with it
Yeah.
outside. You can be extra with it in your house and still get the same shit.
Yo,
Still get
Callie,
the
the
same
thing
buzz.
too, like
So
exactly what you
y'all
were
gonna
saying,
hold on,
Callie,
hold on, hold
was
on, hold on.
what up, real quick, Callie, what you were saying is like the level of mysteriousness is out the window. Because
Yeah,
back in the
no more
day,
mystery.
there was it was some modesty and a bit of sexiness. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So it intrigued the imagination of the dude of like,
it was
I
a
wonder, I
tease.
wonder, I wonder how she would look with, like it intrigued the imagination a little bit, right? But now, forget imagination. We see the whole entire thing. There's no imagination no more. You know what I mean? There's no level of mysteriousness any longer. Because that's how society markets itself is triggering to your mind, to your imagination. Imagine if I have this, imagine if I have that. But that doesn't exist anymore.
JC, they took that all away, man. You're
Yeah, they
right.
took it
There's
all.
none. Hey,
But
but Trigger
not
Mike,
only
that
does
was
it
And they're
some
mess
making
bars
the
us
that you
up,
babies
kicked.
just like
That
Yo,
was
that
some
do you
too.
bars,
They're making
fam.
the
do y'all
babies
see what
just
I'm
yeah,
saying?
they're
Do,
making the
I
do y'all
saw
babies
see
just
what I'm
like that.
saying? Hold on. Y'all see what I'm saying about cut the supply off? Because JC just said it. It is natural for men to respond to flesh. Like literally. We are going to respond. We're going to look at it. We're gonna stop scrolling. That's why Instagram be like, what did they stop on for 3 seconds? Put more of that in their feed. We're going to stop and look. Cheeks are out. It's literally our natural response. So, in order to stop men from doing so much of it, I'm gonna stop cheeks. Y'all like, oh, stop the men from looking at cheeks. Cheeks not supposed to be out. How about that?
Mhm.
and not only does it mess us up, it messes y'all up too because now the expectations are unrealistic, and now y'all looking for the fake shit that y'all saw online, and we're trying to satisfy that shit.
Yo,
So
it's
yeah,
breeding a culture.
it's
Damn, we
fucked
done
up all
started
the
a
way
whole
around.
side conversation. That was only my first one. Damn. All
Mike,
right.
can I ask you that question?
Hold
That was
on
your
though.
second
Hold
one,
Hold
Mike,
on.
on.
Trigger Mike, but
Let
that
me
was
get
bars though.
yo, that was my first one on the 3 characteristics. My second one. Ladies, stop being so arrogant. The reason for the arrogance is that it's now propped up. It's actually fake. Because I gotta get to a bag. Y'all don't have no fucking bag. Stop lying. Very few women have the actual bag. Black women are the second most poorest group of people in the United States of America in totality. Very few women have a bag. And remember what I said about independent women. The married woman owns everything in this country. So if you don't prioritize that, you're going to be fucking broke. Stop capping. You don't have a bag. Stop lying. You're literally going to work and then realize that you're not a man. That you never wanted to do this for the entirety of your life. That you want to prioritize spending time with your children so they can become functional and productive adults. So you're going to drop the bag, actually. You're going to want to drop the bag, as all women tend to want to do. Why don't you see 60-year-old female lawyers representing clients in court? Because they don't want to spend that much time doing that shit. You only see men doing that. Only reason you see female judges is because they get to sit their ass down. That's why. If you want to be real about it. All right? Stop being arrogant. You don't have a bag. Your whole entire life depends on your ability to be interdependent. The women who got real power are sitting behind their husband, sitting down, sipping an iced tea, say, you go, baby. Go out and get that bag for us, baby. That's the smart woman. The rest of y'all arrogant as fuck. You ain't got shit. All right. The third thing, since y'all took my delusional word, egotism. Cancel your egotism. The female ego, y'all kept using the term male ego. The female ego is primed to be more out of control than the male ego because if I say too much stuff on this panel, it's my show, somebody gonna check me. They're not afraid to do it. They're gonna be like, I don't know, Trigger Mike, I disagree. All right? That's how you check the male ego. If I go too far off to the left, somebody gonna check my ass. That's just what men do. Women do not hold each other accountable. Therefore, your ego can grow worlds out of control. Check yourself. Check your ego. Cancel that. I would change that characteristic. Literally, your safety, your prosperity is in your humility, your softness. Once men recognize that, they will give you half of what they got. Literally. All right. What's going on, Auntie J? Give us your 3.
It's my go.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked for you last night, Mike. I couldn't find you.
Oh, I was here.
I didn't get the notification. But my 3, the first one would be get rid of the plastic surgery. The fake breast, the fake butt, all that. Get rid of it. Be your natural body self. The second one would be the self that I would get rid of is they're vain. They think they can't be touched. They think their body is power. And women got to know that men don't like to see the package before you get the package home. They're showing everything. They're showing too much because they think that's what you guys like. I tell my mentees, a man might like to see a woman twerk, but he doesn't want his woman to twerk.
Whoo, bars.
Yeah, does not want his woman to twerk. And I will get rid of them thinking that they're stronger than the human that was here first. And that's the truth. And a man is not interested in how strong you are. And I will get rid of you thinking you independent. I'm glad you keep stressing that word because I too laid in a pack where I thought I was independent as well. That's what my mama told me. Always be independent. Take care of yourself. You don't need a man. My mom was polar opposite. You don't need a man to take care of you. You can't put your dependence in a man. See, she taught me polar opposite of what they're teaching now. So that's why in my particular case, I really didn't know that men, I knew that men provided. However, those men were not men that I cared about. So when they gave me stuff, that was just you giving me things. I didn't look at it as providing for say. Anyway, yeah, so I would get rid of those things because I don't think social media is the problem. I think the people behind social media because I love social media. I pick and choose what I do on it, where I go, what I look at. It's just your choice. I don't get rid of social media. So yeah, that's it, Mike. Oh yeah.
I
Are you,
appreciate it.
Those are pretty good. Pretty good.
yeah, are you gonna ask the question? What can we do for the? What can we as women do for the men, or something for the men to get rid of?
So that one is I'm not gonna ask it that way. Remember I said that it's more entertaining to ask it this way, but asking questions about the women is just a more entertaining way to ask about the failures of men. We let y'all do all this shit.
Yeah. We have really failed because I didn't know this at the time. My mama told me to show some cleavage.
So okay, mama. All right.
Oh,
Well,
Lord.
so I think Callie Beth touched on it. I'm not even gonna jump on that because remember we said that it used to be a tease. Now it ain't a tease no more. Like it used to be a little tease, like, oh God, look at that bust line. Just you gotta show them a little something, girl. I've heard people say that before. Just a little something, make them come over there. All right, but now they showing the whole thing. Now your nudes are for my homeboys can see your nudes. And never in life should my homeboy know how big my woman nipples are. That's not how we get down.
In my day, thongs were for strippers. They were called G-strings.
I remember when thongs were too much.
Yeah, I remember. And now they don't even wear nothing.
No,
and you could tell. You can tell.
It's too
and
much.
I tell them, I be like, girl, do you know the back of your butt cheeks is showing? I should never be able to
Yes,
see.
Lord.
It's two different colors. I should never be able to see that. What are you doing?
For your husband.
I
Save
go
it
home.
for your husband. Let me ask Granville. You want to go on this, Granville?
No,
Wait, man, they
do
don't
not.
want
The
no
only
husband,
smoke I
man.
had, listen, I had some smoke, but I'm not gonna do it.
All right. Let me get this is the ladies. This is the ladies' first question. We're gonna start with Callie Bev. You there? All right. Damn, let me get this one down. Hold on. What?
Kelly Bear.
What type of woman do you think? Oh, damn. I did it wrong. What kind of woman do you want for your son? And I need characteristics. You got a son, right?
That's a great question, man.
Yeah, I got 3 of them. I got an
Oh, yeah,
18-year-old,
you doing work.
a 12-year-old, and an 11-year-old.
You doing real work out here. So what kind of woman, I need characteristics, do you want them to marry?
Let's see. Non-violent. Non-violent, because okay. Anyway, non-violent. I would want them to have a woman that still knows how to have fun, but knows how to be serious at the same time. I want them to have a woman that is frugal with her money. Let's see. One that is willing to put in the work with him, as far as like willing to grow with him in a relationship type deal. Let's see, what else? One that is not materialistic. It's nice to have nice things, but let that not be like the main focus. It's not all about that. It's more about I think that's it, because then I'm gonna start rambling. So yeah, I think I'm gonna cut it off there until I think of something else.
Nice. All right. You had a little bit of time to prep. Wife's cool. Yep. What kind of woman do you want for your son? Oh, you on mute.
Sorry. I would like my son to be with a modern woman that knows.
Whoa, stop.
You said what kind of, you changed the question, right?
I did. A modern
I'm
woman.
so sorry.
No.
Let me backpedal.
We cutting you off.
You don't want him to have no modern woman.
No, nobody.
Restate that.
I'm sorry.
Restate that.
I'm sorry. I would like my sons to be with women that are reserved, that aren't putting themselves out there, that are decent, modest, that are inspiring. Because sometimes, you just need that little oomph from your lady, and not in a way that it's emasculating you, but inspiring you to be better. And also, that's intelligent, which not necessarily saying like educated masters and all that stuff where they put their education, but she's intelligent, she's emotionally intelligent, she knows how to take care of the home, like the things that would, like she was saying, like finances. Sorry, Kelly. Like, she's intelligent. She knows how to handle herself, her situations, being in different environments. It's just intelligent woman.
Nice. You know what? I'm gonna go real quick. Then we're gonna get where's Auntie J? So we're gonna get the last lady. Then we're gonna go around because y'all took all the good ones last time. I'm tired of y'all doing that shit. All right. I want my son to marry the all-purpose woman, bro. So I'm Nigerian, so we figured it out. She could have an education. In fact, she could be a doctor. Doesn't matter. She can go to the highest levels. These women still don't divorce their husbands behind their education. So that speaks more highly of them when they're as productive as their husband is, and they still don't emasculate him. That's the type of woman I want for my son. Everything that they can get in life, they will get faster because her education, her prowess, her abilities are a 100% asset to him and not a liability. That's the type of wife I chose. That's the type of mother my son has. Therefore, I want him to find a woman that's wholly like her. All right. So I don't need to dim her shine. She don't need to dim her shine to get with my boy. But she better understand she ain't getting this last name. if she's some shit. I will do my hardest to get her ass out of this family. He can hate me all he wants. There's one thing I learned from Nigerian people. You can hate me. My children can actually hate me as long as I know I'm doing what's best for them and my family name.
Facts.
I might. Now I ain't gonna say what I might do, but bring some trash home to me if you want to. Just know that woman will shortly be walking her ass out of your life after the fact. He needs to have the all-purpose woman. It speaks highly of the family and our last name if she is that way, but she got to do it all. She can't half-ass nothing. All right, Miss Auntie J, you next.
Hey, you stole my stuff. We're raising our godson, right? He's 5 years old, and already I'm having trouble with the little girls in school. So we had a talk with him. You understand what I'm saying? I would not want him to. I would want him to get with a woman that's traditional, that has some moral compass with herself. Um, I would like for her to be intelligent. See, I can't go deep in because I'm looking at the age level, and the age level of really dating starts at like 18. And so I already know you're not gonna have all your nuts together at 18. You're just really starting out. So with that, keeping that premise in mind, I would want somebody for him that's a go-getter. That doesn't mind going out here and get what she needs to be a better her. And whoever she gets with, she make him a better him. A man can be made a better him by a woman. That's the truth. I believe that a woman enhances the better part of a man or brings out the better part of a man because he strives for that woman each and every day to make her satisfied and comfortable. A real man in a marriage does that every day. Even when he doesn't want to, he does it anyway. Because life is not all about what you want to do. It's mostly about what you have to do. So yeah, I don't want him to be with a welfare, excuse my language, welfare, coming from a welfare background. Welfare, no. Hell no. None of that. I nothing against it. But I think when you get with that type of female, no. So yeah. That's it.
All right, appreciate that. Enter Black Dragon.
So I'd say my son, like the woman he needs to marry, I'm hoping if my son's bringing someone into the house, we're gonna have a family dinner, and if it's a serious relationship, I'm gonna be meeting her family, getting to know who my son is dating or who he is potentially going to spend a deal of time with in a relationship. So what I'm looking for is honesty and humility. Honesty and humility. Can you, if I criticize you, can you take it? How are you handling it? Are you gonna go fly off of the emotional deep end, or are you listening to what I'm saying? Because like these basic skills of a good woman is gonna make a good wife. So if she can listen to me, which is a parent of my son whom she is dating, then I know that she's gonna most likely listen to my son if they're in a long-term relationship that turns into a marriage. So all these things and characteristics are kind of what we can use to kind of filter out who is going to make a good woman, potentially a good wife and mother and life partner versus who isn't. Because the first sign of ratchetness of you can't tell me nothing, or I don't think I need a man, or any of these telltale signs that says that she's either strong or both independent, then it's going to be, hey, next. Go on to the next one. Go on back. Throw that. This one's bad. Throw it back in the lake and go on and keep on fishing. I mean, that's the only real weeding out advice I would give to my son, especially if he's dating in this modern era.
My man, Israel.
I want my son to have a girl with extensions in her hair, bamboo earrings, at least 2 pairs, Fendi bag, and a bad attitude. Nah, I'm just kidding.
How you even gonna see that have all that?
I'm playing, yo. I'm playing, yo. So
Jeez.
I want my sons to have women that are submissive, that are loyal to them, that are faithful to them, that are soft women, loving women, and that live. Yo, I want them to have a woman that lives to please them. You know what I'm saying? What happened to that? The women that live to see their man grow and to see their man get it, and that just makes them happy. That makes them happy, as elusive as that is, to see them men winning. That's what I want for my sons.
Yep. Hey, it's the service aspect, bro. The women that love to serve, because that happy word, it gives them fulfillment. The same way men get fulfillment for knowing that everyone is living comfortably under your provision is the way traditional women used to get fulfillment from knowing that they are providing a service that makes that possible. That individual happiness narrative is what destroyed it. Happiness is like a drug. So the funny thing, we talk about drugs. Who is that?
What's that?
We talk about drugs like they're just something we get on the street, like it's something you have to ingest. We have chemicals in our body that also give the same effect. Women are gluttons for dopamine. They're dopamine addicts now. So that individual happiness narrative is them asking for a dopamine hit. They're addicted to that now. When if you take that slow road of saying, I'm going to build my life with a man, I'm going to get fulfillment from the service I provide to this family, knowing that my children are well taken care of and are coming home every night to a bed that they sleep in, and that house has heat and it has cooling. Like having those basic things, those women are the only people that have a chance at being what you call happy. It's
Right.
so funny.
Because happiness is elusive and aloof. It's elusive and
those
aloof.
are the only women that can achieve that. While
Because it's
everybody else
fulfillment. No, Trigger Mike, you said it right. It's fulfillment. It's not really happiness. It's fulfillment.
Yep.
It's a spirit of purpose and a spirit of fulfillment. You said it exactly right, bro.
He said it exactly right when you said a woman that wants to serve her man and please him. Like, that's what I did, Mike. That's what I do. But sometimes, I'm gonna be honest with you, you get tired.
Oh yeah,
You get
it's hard
tired.
work.
Keep the faith. Don't get tired, Auntie J. Keep it going. Keep it going.
It's tiring work. It's tiring work.
It's time, but you got to take time for yourself too. So you have to balance it all.
And
But
here's
not
the funny
go
part.
20-day
Here's the
girl
funny
trip.
part, Auntie J. Here's the funny part, Auntie J. Women today believe that if you do serve in that way, that your man won't reciprocate, and that's the biggest lie they push. He will absolutely reciprocate.
I got
You know how many spa appointments I've made and say I watch the kids? You know how many times I've taken the kids to the damn play park for 6 hours?
Yeah.
Just so he could be in the crib resting. We will absolutely reciprocate. That's another big lie that they
Absolutely, Trigger Mike. You
we will
spot on today.
absolutely
Bars.
That's what females don't know about you all. You know, when you're doing something for a man and it's sincere, and a man can sense things and feel things because he's more than likely been in a relationship before you. You know what I mean? So me, when I came into my marriage, I was like, well, I know he's been married before, and I know he's had other women before. But my mama always taught me, she didn't care if you swept trash outside, be the best trash sweeper. So I've always remembered that for myself. Whatever you do, be the best at it. She didn't say try, she said be. And that's what I did in my marriage. I came into it that very way. And I was able to meet his family. We went down the south and everything. I've been all over. He has taken me like places I never thought I would be. And it's a difference when it's with someone you love and care about versus just a regular smuggler. It doesn't have the same effect.
Right.
So yeah.
Indeed. Mr. Rich, what you got? What kind of woman do you want for your son, if you have one? I know you got daughters.
Yeah, I'm here. If I had a son,
Yep.
You know, I would like a woman like my wife. You know, somebody who was born. I guess she was taught to be a wife by her mother. She's from the South, and she did a lot of things. I mean, you know, from cooking in the kitchen and from just being. I mean, she was just kind of born to be submissive. And you know, she always was attentive to her parents. Uh, just soft demeanor, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So if I had a son, you know, I would tell if I had a son, I would say, hey, listen, try to find a woman like your mother. You know, somebody because you can see how happy I am. You need a woman just like that, you know. And I mean, she just, it's not like first of all, listen, I can't. I'm red pill minded, but I'm blue pill. I'm purple pill all the way. Right? I think if you're in a relationship like I am, I have the red pill mind of a man because I don't underestimate my wife. You know what I'm saying? She's all of these things, but I never underestimate the fact that she's a woman. You know, it's just so. Uh, but she's so if I had to have a model of a wife, it would be somebody like her. You know, attentive. She knows how to cater to me without being simpish. I don't tell her what to do, right? I mean, I can't just say, hey, do this, do that, do, and I don't give her orders that way. And she doesn't listen to orders that way. She's college educated. She was professional when I met her, but for some reason she was wife material, and maybe that's why I got engaged so fast. It's like in 5 months, it was over.
Oh yeah.
I said, I'm not.
Yeah.
So
the good ones still go, Mr. Red. The good ones still go. This is the funniest part about it. People be saying, well, I can't find no good woman. Duh. It's like they literally gone. I told y'all the story yesterday that the first woman I ever was like, damn, she is wife material. Told me what she was looking for. And I'm just like, nah, I'm still for the streets.
Well,
I couldn't find another one for years. What the hell do you think I did when I found another woman like her with those characteristics? Gone.
Gone. And you know, it's funny. I had some nice girlfriends too, but nobody compared. And you know, I don't think enough people do this who have children. If you have a good relationship with your spouse, male or female, there's nothing wrong with you telling your kids. You know, if you need to start looking for a person like your mother or like your father, you know, those kind of things. You got to edify the people in your life. You know. Mm-hmm. Especially, I mean, you don't even have to make things up. You know, I hope my wife told my daughters, listen, if you can find a man like your father, you'd be doing pretty good. And, you know, it's not my ego talking, you know, just somebody who's just dedicated to family, you know, and all of those kind of things. Because my kids kind of know, but that, and my wife and I, like I said this before, our relationship is the center of our family, not our children. So everything that we did over the 35 years, everybody we interfaced with, the backdrop was how would this new encounter or relationship affect our marriage? Or those kind. If it was negative, we didn't do it. If it was positive, then it was cool. You know, and then we didn't worry about the kids because if we were together, the kids were going to be taken care of. And you know, they're both, you know, nice women. And like I'm trying to get them all wifed up, but you know, they got to walk. But you know, that's not up to me right now.
Yep.
Okay, so let me, I'll run off at the jibs if y'all let me. So that's it.
I was going to say, I am an advocate of snatching them up young. I met my husband right after my 20th birthday, and he was on his way to being 23.
Okay. I need you to rephrase. You being a modern woman right now. You got snatched up. Talk about snatching them up. You got snatched up.
He was ready, huh? He came off the court ready.
Yeah.
But no, hey, look. So Callie, for real. Not only do people need to see that it's possible, I know that many young women like try not to be concerned with marriage, but when you look at how easy it is to, in your formative years, it's almost like you need to surrender to the fact that these are your best years. Men no matter what age, I remember it doesn't say that most men find women the most attractive at like 19 to 23.
20.
So
Yeah.
it's like, look, if you playing a game and you looking at it like, all right, the chances of me getting married after 30, I got more chances of getting hit by a bomb by the Taliban. Or in this particular age, I got a high chance of getting with a dude, putting in my years, and it's going to become fruitful after a certain amount of time. We're going to raise productive children, yada, yada. That's what women need to be doing. I know people don't like the fact that women get married in their 20s and your mama's told y'all got time, y'all can have fun, but you don't. You don't want to be the old bitch in the club. We got too many old bitches in the club.
Hey, but real talk. Hey, I'm a mixed bag because I'm that old bitch in the club too.
You got no damn business in the club, Caliban.
But who you going home to after the club?
Oh, Cali,
You got a grandma
I love it.
You got a grandma though, Kelly. You got a grandma.
It's unbelievable that you could be 19 to 23 and then marry into retirement.
25. I think it's 25.
Or 25. You can simply get if you play the cards right with your youth, you can retire.
You can
forever.
Because listen, what do women actually it's like, what do you want? The weird part about it is you know that they're prioritizing sex over their sustenance and maintenance for the rest of their life. You know it because you just want to bang as many dudes, which is literally devaluing you. It's devaluing you. You want to do that, but yet you cry every day. A man's supposed to be able to take care of me. Go find you a 35-year-old dude that been putting in work. I know dudes from VA where I'm from that been in a part of their apprenticeship. They're 35 since they were 14 years old. And we're at the apprenticeship at the shipyard. Who the hell you think this dude turned into after 20 years of work? And he only 35.
Yeah.
Marrying a 25-year-old. Well, that dude is paid. He got 2 cars. He got a crib. That's the dude you're supposed to get with at 25.
Mm-hmm.
You already, he got benefits. He about to retire out that mug. Damn, it's like y'all be shooting yourself in the foot.
Kevin Samuel said it one time. He was like, "You had a high value man and you blew it." And I was thinking back in my life, I was like, I had this nice guy, but he was building his own business and everything like that. But it was kind of shaky, so I wasn't sure if he really liked me or not. But we were vibing and everything, and so I just bypassed that. But he's gone on to build for himself. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful business and everything. I'm like, man, daggone it, I messed up. But that's okay. But that's the cause of my choices. And nobody told me, like, oh, girl, you need to give it this and things like that. So I was like, okay, whatever. So looking back, like, for honor, looking back, you'd be like, man, I probably should have made different choices.
Do you think better life? If you were a white girl, you would have made that choice.
Hold on.
But no, I would say this. It has to come naturally. The chemistry has to be naturally. The connection has to be natural. And at that time, and that time of your life, you was not feeling what he was giving. And it's okay.
I think he was coming into himself like, I think I want to be with this young lady because I think he probably, how the guys have their little phase and stuff like that. Right. And I think he was like coming to that point, but we were just off. Like it was like off. So by the time I was open and receptive, like, I love you. You know how you don't want to say it first. So I was like, I love you.
Timing was off.
Sorry.
Right.
Sorry. I was like, I love you. And then, but he wasn't saying it back. So I'm like, are you? So I was confused, right? So by the time I just like, this is just a no-go. I'm not going to waste my time anymore. He was like, so what do you think about marriage? So me being dumb, I wasn't reading in between the lines of him saying like, I would like to be with you. I had already just like, I'm just going to go on and things like that. But he's he was a good dude. He's still a good man. To stay, we're very good friends, but it's just unfortunate that it just didn't progress in that way. So the only person I can be mad at is myself. So.
And you don't have to be angry now.
See, here's the thing though. It's like,
damn.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear Israel.
What'd you say, Jace?
What was he gonna say?
Oh no, I was gonna say just the quality of woman that I would want for my son. I mean, to be like real talk, like my wife and I, we're already praying for our son's wife. He's only 2.5 years old. You know what I mean? We're already praying for the qualities that we want for our son to have when he's of age.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause I think you need to take that initiative. I mean, we're a God-fearing home by the grace of God, and I want all the qualities that I see in my wife. One, she loves Christ. She loves Christ to death, man. You know, and for our family, you know, when the way that I believe is that when a woman truly loves Christ, man, like she sees her purpose more clearly, and everything that she does as a woman, she understands that it holds weight, that it holds value, no matter how minuscule her task is. You know, she knows there's a purpose behind everything that she's doing. You know, she's her stewardship. You know, the way that she spends money, the way that she handles money, she's careful on the quality that she purchases for our family's needs. You know, whatever I put into her hands, that turns to gold. You know what I mean? She's very wise in those areas. You know, and service. You know, the way that she serves willingly, not grudgingly, like, oh man, I gotta no, no, willingly. Like she desires to serve willingly, you know, not only to me, not only to her family, not only to her friends, but also to the neighbors. You know what I mean? Like she's very hospitable to that sense. Where I kid you not, Trigger Mike or anybody in the panel, if you guys ever come to my house and everything, you know, we be kicking it the whole night. My boys come over here. She asked everybody, oh, do you guys want coffee? How do you like your coffee? Oh, we have food. You know, do you want me to serve you a plate of food the whole night? Like she's really about that. You know what I mean? Like she really serves our friends. She serves our neighbors. We've had friends that, no joke, dog. Like their marriage is in shambles. When I mean shambles, I mean it's close to the brink of breaking, destruction, the whole nine. And we'll tell them like, yo, y'all want to come to our house for a good like 3-4 months? Y'all don't got to pay anything. We just want you to live under our roof and everything, and see how our marriage works. Because I kid you not, everywhere we go, man, everywhere we go, we always get the same compliment. My wife and I, we went on a date night 2 weeks ago. We went to a bar that one of my friends works at, and we were just there kicking it, you know, having our drinks, having our tacos, and the whole night, listening to music, just vibing. And these women just come up to us, they're like, man, how long have you guys been dating? And we're like, nah, she's my wife. What would I be married for 8 years now? They're like, what? You know what I mean? Like, just, you know, it's just making marriage attractive again. You know, you date your wife, you know, you don't stop doing the same, you know, you don't stop doing the things that you did to capture her in the beginning. You continue with that. You know what I mean? You still slap that booty, you know, in the kitchen.
Hell
You know,
yeah.
you know what I mean? You buy her, you know, you buy her some lingerie. You know what I mean? To look at them curves in the way that you want to see her in. You know what I mean? Like you do all these things. You know, I didn't stop doing this, bro. Like real talk, I still buy my wife roses every like 3 weeks or so and everything, just to kind of
Yeah.
keep things spicy, spontaneous the whole night. Like, you know, that all these little things, you know, they go a long way. So that's the type of woman that I want my son to marry. When I'm praying to God, like, Lord, I want these qualities in my son's, you know,
Yeah,
wife. You know, I see my
Absolutely.
wife, you know what I
yeah,
mean? And my daughters, yo, my daughters, we talked the other day, like, they're like, you know, we start talking about the whole social media aspect and everything, how they're not gonna have social media until they're about like maybe 18 or 21 years old, the whole nine and everything. Yeah, and yo, because you know, we have these conversations every night, you know, and my daughters, they were like, Dad, you know, you crazy and everything, you crazy, but you know, but we trust you, Dad, because we see the way that you operate with Mom. You know what I mean? So when the
yeah,
kids see that type of example, you know, how the husband is leading his wife and how mom is actually being submissive to her husband willingly, lovingly, you know, in a healthy atmosphere. Yo, that just brings attractiveness everywhere, bro. Everybody wants to start like, yo, I want to start popping kids. I want to get married too. But the
yes.
thing
I
is
want to
that
get married now,
See, that's what
right?
I'm talking about earlier. That's what I'm talking about.
you know
Making
what I
it.
mean?
Yeah,
So it's
So the
like,
only yeah.
yeah, so I mean, it's but
that's
I
true.
don't
What
know.
he
It's
said.
just different. It's just
Yeah, the
to me,
only thing
it's
I
just
disagree
different.
with, Jace, the only thing I disagree with is the lingerie part, because that shit never stay on long enough for me to enjoy it.
I
Hey,
know.
man.
Hey, let's go. Yo,
No.
you ain't lying.
Ain't,
Pause, man.
ain't
That's
no
not gonna
purpose.
happen.
You
Some
ain't
guys
Ain't
be
no
lying.
lying to them.
purpose.
I
As
can't
soon as
I don't
doubt
want
that
no
ass walk
lying.
out of
lying.
that bathroom, I'm like,
Yo, you
I don't
ain't
want no
lying.
lying. I don't want no
Yo,
lying.
what?
No purpose in
lying.
buying
Just get a bag of bows and just press it on her.
no purpose in buying
You know what? You know what? In this, in
I had
this,
to,
in
listen,
this,
bro. I had to up my tinted window game because I was like, big man, I gotta get 5% tinted windows because when we driving over here, we gotta make a little quick stop. You know what I mean? Because
Once
yo,
I get
yo,
that
it be
ass in
like
that
that,
lingerie,
man.
that's gone. Phew. Wait, what? Y'all remember that Bruce Almighty movie where he was sitting there by the bed and just
right.
Yep.
I wish they
I
had
told him,
more
I
shows
said
on
the
how
same
how
thing.
marriages work. I mean, with all the trash TV and entertainment that we have, I'm looking for a show, many shows, that shows couples and how marriages work after 10 years, after 8 years, after 25 years, and then you can actually like learn something from each episode.
It's so strange.
What
you probably won't.
what about
I told my
Blackish?
husband, I said,
What about
damn,
what?
it, your marriage
No,
looks
no,
like
I mean real couples rather than a production. You know what I mean? Because
right.
Oh, like a reality TV show.
It might be
may
too
be.
boring for
Oh,
most people, though.
Real
It might be
one.
too
That's
Well,
boring.
well,
not
gonna
not
be
only
boring.
boring.
All right.
You couldn't get
Let's
one.
get
You could
a little
not get a
podcast
show
in
like
here.
that past
Just-
the new social media. If they were two men, you might be able to do it. But you ain't gonna get no
Yeah.
man and a woman doing
Well,
that.
see, look,
gonna
even
be
if
a
it
husband
was
and a
two
wife
men in a
on
relationship and it was healthy, it'd still be boring because they're not really doing anything.
No,
You know what I'm
no.
saying?
But
It's just gonna
not
be
to the
just an every day-to-day thing.
Oh, it'd
It's
be
just going
boring, but it'd be for the reasons that they
not
want it
fun.
for.
Yeah, you don't
Right.
want to
It's
see
for
that,
the
though, either.
community.
It literally
The
is boring.
LGBT
When I try to tell my daughter, I was like, hey, she's like 12 years old. I was like, hey, girl, this is the story. I mean, these are the shows I used to watch back in the day. This is the Cosby Show. And they'd be just like, nothing. No reaction.
Right.
Congratulations again,
They
JB.
should
Congratulations,
call them good
fam, to you and your
times.
Hell
wife.
yeah.
Yes,
But
you
see, the
should have
thing
called
is
them good
that
Let's
I
get
mean, like
podcasts in here.
say if they wanted to go ahead and make a reality show about me, right? Okay, so even though I do go out and stuff like that all the time, the day-to-day stuff is boring. It's boring. I'll tell you, me and my friends, we go hard in the paint and go out, I'd say about maybe 3 to 4 times a year. And that's like around birthdays and like anniversary stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I need you to quickly define what going hard in the paint is. You a whole wife out there.
My husband don't play that boy hard.
So like,
you gonna make it
say-
you gonna make it bad for all the
So
wives.
like say like for like our birthdays and stuff like that, we'll party like the whole weekend. One will go out with our husbands or whatever like that on one day, and then like another day we might go to the spa or something like that, and then like the next day we might go to brunch or like go to a bar. I mean,
Girl,
it'd be like a whole weekend thing.
Y'all soft in the paint. That ain't hard, girl. Listen.
It's hard in the paint for a 40-something-year-old. Yes,
Listen
yes,
to
sir,
this
it is.
culture. Listen to this culture we live in. When you say go hard in the paint, I thought you was about to talk some ratchet stuff.
Me too.
No, because we're
You don't get that divine
No,
sisterhood.
I'm talking about hard in the paint as far as frequency, because it's a whole weekend thing.
Oh, you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
You know
yeah.
Girl, I
You know
thought
what?
you
Nah,
was
it's
about
not.
to
It's
get
not a
like
one-day
You know what?
celebration.
You're
It's a
right.
weekend
You're right.
celebration.
It's a
yeah.
weekend celebration.
Your hard in the paint is acceptable, especially with kids that can watch themselves. So if the kids can babysit, yeah, I was like, woo, yeah. When me and my wife go out 2 days in a row after we icing our knees, we be like, God damn, girl, that was fun.
Yeah, that's hard in the
going
paint for
hard in the paint
40-plus
means
year olds with multiple children, because all of us got at least 2. I got 3. My other friend got 3. My other friend, she got 2. So yeah.
You're going hard in the paint, ain't that hard? You said spa, brunch.
It's not hard.
That's light work. That's light work.
Well, we still go to our bars though, so there's that.
All right.
Get some shots in.
So that was my.
Oh
list.
no!
I'm
Oh
done.
no!
I'm done
Cancel that
with
part.
my
Cancel
list.
that part.
My husband don't want me to
Podcast,
hang
like,
out with single
literally,
women.
this picture make him look like he on the screen. That's why I'm like, dude, I can't
I
have him just
know.
staring at me.
I
You
can't
there?
hang
You need a first to where you are.
I have a lot of single girlfriends, right? I have a party girlfriend. And I mean, we used to party.
You see, you're doing it again, Auntie J. You can't do those long, drawn out shit because now I'm gonna want to know what the hell you're talking about. What does party mean? Your husband just heard you. Your husband just heard you got a little too drunk and you were swinging from somebody else's pole. That's what we think.
No, I never get drunk. I don't drink, man. I don't swallow. I don't drink.
What?
I don't drink. I don't drink. Honestly, I don't drink. I was swallowing at the time. I ain't gonna lie, I was swallowing. But I ain't home from the phone.
TMI, I thought it
It
was
was
podcast time. TMI, wait a minute.
all
No,
good. It was
hey, we
all
don't want to
good.
hear you like that.
I'm gonna save her marriage. I'm gonna save her marriage right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
I thought podcast was supposed to be going.
We gonna save marriages right now. No, y'all.
God is so good.
No, y'all did not. Auntie J, you gonna sit back there till you compose yourself.
You was sounding like that grandma from Nutty Professor. You give me more, I get more every time.
Auntie, we doing this for you. I don't mean no disrespect. I'm doing this for you. All right.
You're a good man, Mike, Trigger Mike.
Yo.
Mr. Mike, I have to depart. Everyone, it's been awesome.
Thank
and
you.
Have a good evening.
Take it easy.
All right.
All right.
All right, let podcast rock, man. Go ahead, Potty.
All right. What kind of woman do you want for your son?
I just want to make sure ain't nobody else gonna start.
This is my 17th time asking you, so my bad.
So my response to this question goes like this. I want my son to have a wife of noble character who is worth more than rubies.
Honey!
A woman who brings him good and not harm all their life. A woman who works eagerly with her hands, getting up while it's dark to provide food for her family. A woman who buys land and uses her earnings to plant and grow and works vigorously at her task to see that her trading is profitable. A woman who's kind to the poor and the needy and clothed with strength and dignity. A woman who speaks with wisdom and faithful instruction on her tongue. And a woman who minds her household and won't be content with idleness.
Hey, podcast, why ain't you just say a Proverbs 31 woman, brother?
Yo,
why you just say the
Because
Proverbs?
I want to take up an hour like everybody else did. Is that okay?
I was about to say that.
I want to take up an hour like everybody else did.
Look. My ass was like, "Oh, that's what's
You
up."
gotta read the whole
I'm like, is this thing reading the Bible?
Time out. That's a real Bible verse?
Yeah, that's Proverbs.
Okay, plagiarize
When
it
he
right
said
now?
idleness, I was like, "Yo, what's the
Proverbs?
Dude is reading the
Right,
Bible.
right.
That is so funny. That's
We
good.
can't
Though.
be mad at that." All right,
Hey, well, let the man finish.
all right. So I gotta go get my baby.
No, I can't. That's what I'm saying.
No, Trigger Mike gotta go,
I
so
can't
that's
finish.
why I did that.
Yo, I was like, "That's
You
cool."
trying to read the whole
That wasn't.
Bible.
Here's the thing. That wasn't word from word, right?
No, it
I
wasn't.
basically wrote out my own essay.
I'm on your mind,
Okay.
Jarrell.
Wait. What's that? That's the American Standard version.
No, that, honestly,
The NIV.
that's the little podcast version. That's what I'm saying. If you read it, it's way longer than that. It's way more stuff than that. I was a very good writer in school, right? I learned how to write essays. So I wrote out my own condensed version of it.
That was quite eloquent and very good, sir. Hey, man,
I'm pretty
I
good
caught
at
the
this.
vision of that. You really
Yeah.
good.
You got the
I'm pretty
voice
good
too,
at that.
bro. You have the voice.
So, but the point is this, though, right? Because at the end of the day,
Get some more chicken.
the thing I want the most out of a woman for my son is that she be virtuous. It's when you realize this, right? Because everybody is human. Nobody's gonna be perfect. I know we got people on the internet who swear they ain't never even had an argument before with their wives. Why the wife ain't never even sneezed. Okay. But that's not realistic. She ain't gonna be perfect. I understand that. But the thing about virtuous is that you realize when you're wrong. And I don't know if we want to actually acknowledge this right now, but that is a really, really big problem in our community as it pertains to our women.
That is fact.
Yes,
Is them just being able to, in real time, not like 6 weeks later, oh, I thought about it. No, in real time, right? So that we not spending so much time in dysfunction or discord, but in real time realizing when you're wrong, when you're outside of, you know, your scope, when you're overstepping your boundaries, when you're being too masculine, you know, when you're being the opposite of what it is that you say you want. Because I don't think that's another thing I don't think our women understand is that the things that you want from a man, there are things that will be required of you to get that. Our women just think they supposed to get it, everything they want, regardless to who they are or how they are, right? And there's nothing virtuous about that. Virtuousness is understanding that you have a role in what it is that you want and what it is that you want to see for your life, your husband's life, and your kids' life, your family life, your community's life. You know, the function of it all. There's a role that you play. And I think if my son has that kind of woman, he'll be back 1,000.
My man. All right. So we winding down. Let me read these super chats. Y'all bear with me. Comments. All right. Granville, $5. Anna, don't let these misogynistic heathens on this panel affect you. Stay strong, baby girl. Terror. $2, Granville. If I could, I would. If I could, I would kick all y'all off the panel. We not letting you do that. Charles P. Senior, $5. They are raised that way. Cooking for males since the age of 8. They can't help it. I think he's talking about Dominican girls. The wealthy broke man, $5. But they got attitudes, though. That's the one part I can't deal with. The risk of marrying an American woman is too much. If she's naturally agreeable, her friends and family who are likely unmarried will corrupt her. You know what? I've been called an N-word by just as many Dominican girls. Now that I think about it.
Jeez.
I was about to say, like, nigga, you. I was like, what? I'd be like, yo. So they are a little feisty. I ain't gonna lie. I would deal with it.
Latinas are feisty.
I will deal with it because if never mind, I'm not gonna. But I'll deal with it. I'm lying. As long as the fire comes with some, you know, it's icy hot. They got to be icy hot.
There you go, icy hot. Right. There you go.
Yeah, when they may curse you out, but when they turn around, it's like
exactly. I was like, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it.
Wait a minute, Mike. I want to push back on something you said. You said when you and your wife go out for 2 days straight, y'all put the y'all hold up y'all kneecaps or something.
Ice our knees. Ice our knees.
The ice hat, right? One night I had to put on something, and my husband had to put on something, and I was like, "Damn, is this what our life really come to?" Because I didn't know you could start the icy hat this early. That's what I told her. Oh, we were like in our 40s, huh?
I'm mad you called that pushback. I'm like, what are you trying to do? I just got to push back.
To actually talk, Trigger Mike, if you had just maybe 45 seconds to talk about the whole Dominican thing too, with the blacks, is what you were saying right now.
Yeah.
Look, there's a whole thing that maybe people are not aware of, maybe they are, I'm not sure, but in DR, because even in Latin countries, there are people that are racist towards blacks.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Yeah. So and it's not necessarily like the women nowadays, is more from their parents, right?
Yeah.
From their parents and grandparents' side. They're usually the ones that are inclined to racist, stuff, whatever. So and it does exist. It's unfortunate because you would think, wait, but like you're the same, skin color as a person over here in Africa and the whole nine, and you're being racist to your own kind.
Indeed.
And it actually does exist. It does exist.
No, it does exist.
Is there a power structure based on that in the Dominican Republic?
That's a good question.
Because it's one thing to insult and to say you are who you are or what have you, and to just point it out. But if there's really any government policies or structures that say, hey, you can't even enter into this space or do anything because of
no, there's nothing like there's nothing like that.
Haiti is the same damn island.
Yeah, it's the same island, but Dominicans hate when people say that though. But it's true.
It's true.
But
by an imaginary line is divided. It's not even a real line of demarcation.
Yeah.
And they come over here and do hair, and they don't like the black girl. They don't like blacks.
But the thing is that there's no system in place like what you were saying, and
like
Black
no
Dragon.
colorism
But
system?
yeah, but I mean, you can tell just how like the parents be talking like, oh, I don't want that black person into our family. You know what I mean? And things
I've
of that
noticed
nature.
it. I've noticed
I mean, you
Even
know what
with
trips me out about them
preferential
though?
treatment. They get preferential treatment to somebody that's light skinned.
Exactly.
You know, way more.
I noticed that.
Colorism is real everywhere. But you know what trips me out about them? The islanders, or even like the Africans, right? That come over here and then they try to like dog out black people and say you haven't done this or you haven't done that. The thing that trips me out about it, honestly, I have to preface this by saying it does not matter what you went through, where you came from. You come here having been unscathed by America's wrath on black people, right? You come here able to benefit from the physical labor, the death and destruction, the tyranny that black people suffered to build up this country. And then you judge black people, right, for not being able to take advantage of it, as if, right, the war tactics practiced against us since Reconstruction don't matter, right?
All right. Before Cornell West finishes on his
see what I mean?
I'm not gonna let Dr. Podcast finish. I'm gonna let you finish. King Spark 57. Y'all don't want me to pick up my girl on time ever. All right, King Spark 57.99 $5 says, "How you trying to kick knowledge to an unemployed stripper?" Look, I had a brain fart, bro. I don't even know. Like, y'all pardon me for that. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. Trying that.
What I miss?
$5 emoji. Anna came on, bro. You already know.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I intentionally stayed off when I saw her.
Trigger Mike emoji. Hope I get one. Yep. Trigger Mike emoji again. Granville, my man. Appreciate that.
Where Anna go at, Mike?
I'm a Ruku Nation. $10. This sounds like some anime. Our template: Black Wall Street without black men having the power to create a society of our own, where we can be held and hold each other accountable to our laws. There is practically no solution. Good point. My man JB, $5. This is small things. I've used hundreds. I used to spend hundreds of dollars a month on very specific Starbucks drinks. My wife learned how to make these drinks just for me. Indeed.
That's right.
After I wake up, by the time I brush my teeth, my coffee is ready for me, just the way I like it. It's the little things. That's what wives do effortlessly. And the ones that do it,
those little things, man.
God bless them.
It's the little things.
A little something for the good cook today. I appreciate that, man. My man Granville again. It's past you old heads nap time. Get some sleep. You're right. You don't lie. You're right. My man JB. I've seen the racism of the DR firsthand. Dominicans can be racist against their own dark-skinned Dominicans, not just Haitians. It's weird as hell. You know what's also weird as hell? That paint job that fucking Sammy Sosa got. Like, that dude look crazy.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, man.
That ain't even a skin color. That's a paint job. I'm like, dude. All right, y'all. I want to thank the panel. Again, we had another great discussion. All right. The Trigger Mike Show will be back tomorrow. I'm going to figure out the topic.
Thank you for having us, man.
Thank y'all for coming through. Man, I love y'all, man. Y'all make this stuff exciting. Oh, damn. All right, y'all. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out. I need these likes to go past 200. Go all the way up, all the way up. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Also, tonight we got the big show. All right. We got the big show on the Lapeef Network. Lapeef Let's Talk show is tonight. Make sure you share this out to people. Also, if you can, try to check out my page, The Trigger Mike Show on YouTube, or it's called Trigger Mike Show, rather. Tonight we have on the Lapeef Network, Lapeef Let's Talk, Trauma Hurts Women, but Trauma Builds Men. An excellent topic going to come up here for y'all. Make sure y'all tune in for that. Hit that bell for notifications so you can know when all your favorite programs are coming on the Lapeef Network. It's been another great one for y'all. See y'all tomorrow, 10:30 Central Time. All right, y'all. Peace.